At any rate, I do believe we are at the 6 o'clock, the 5:30 hour. So why don't we begin our deliberation? The commission is now in order. And let's begin with reports from the dais. And we'll begin with Mr. Pollard. So Bill.
Yeah, Happy New Year, everyone. Again, not too many updates to report. I think everybody probably knows UVA is going to go back in session for spring semester at the beginning of February, and it'll look a lot like it did in the fall, and hopefully we'll go more or less this smoothly. Beyond that, I just wanted to let everybody know there is what used to be the PAC Tech or PAC, and now has been reiterated as LUPEC, which don't make me say what that acronym is, because I don't remember exactly, but that's kind of the coordination committee for the city, county, and university to talk about planning issues and stuff. And this year UVA is hosting that, and I just wanted to let everybody know that meeting's on Friday. There's a website for LUPEC that probably has the meeting time exactly listed. So I'm not familiar with it.
Bill, thank you for that, because I'm on LUPEC. It is the Land Use and Environmental Planning Group or something committee. And Alex and I didn't realize it was Friday. So thank you, Mr.
Yep, that's all I got.
Mr. Stosenberg.
All right, so I had 2 meetings in December. The first one was Place, where unfortunately we didn't have a quorum, so we weren't able to make any actual decisions, but we're kind of coming close to getting some idea of what that committee should sort of morph into. As you probably recall, for most of the second half of 2019, after the chair and vice chair resigned, they've been kind of debating what our role should be in the future. So at this point, the kind of general idea is to kind of reform as a general sort of think tank or body of experts that the city can draw from in order to create ad hoc task forces for any problem it wants to face, things like lighting plans or whatever, rather than having just sort of the same group of dozen and a half experts that are then asked to approach various problems that they may or may not necessarily have expertise in. And so that may include kind of moving it out from under the auspices of the city, where it's now no longer a council advisory body and now a staff advisory body, and maybe moving it on under something like the Center for Civic Innovation or another private group, so that it can kind of operate more independently and with less kind of demand on staff time. But in the meantime, one sort of sooner term thing it might work on is, since council is debating the future of the West Main streetscape, which is a very expensive budget item, and we don't have a lot of room in the budget. One thing that we're trying to brainstorm is potentially kind of tactical urbanist improvements that we could make to the street at very low cost, in order to make it a safer, better experience in the near term, without expending $50+ million. But that kind of depends on council, and I guess ultimately us when the CIP comes up, making some decisions on what the West Main streetscape will look like. And I think BAR and BPAC have also expressed some interest in that effort, and it'll probably at some point become like coordinated walks along West Main once it's legal to gather again. The other meeting was a climate action plan task force or working group, where they're now working on that climate action plan to help meet our goals of reducing emissions 45% by 2030 and net zero by 2050. And so that planning is underway, and a big part of it is going to be land use and building efficiency. So something to keep an eye on in the months ahead. That's what I got. Thanks.
Oh, thanks. Ms. Russell.
I had no committee meetings in December, but do have an upcoming Smart Scale meeting in a week or two.
Reverend Heaton.
Other than trying to check in with the CVille plans to gather progress and seeing the events that they're scheduling, I have had no meetings. But I did want to say to everybody how encouraging it is to show up to a civic meeting at a time when there's a lot of conversation about what government is. And here it is, right here on the computer screen. Thank you, everybody, for your participation.
Thank you. Ms. Dow.
Good evening and Happy New Year. Again, I have not attended any meetings since the last time we met, but I do have a Red Street Task Force meeting coming up, and I want to say it is the 27th of this month. The 26th or the 27th, I think.
Mr. Soliates.
The Housing Advisory Committee met on December 16th to discuss the letter that was sent to the consultants and Planning Commission, I think Council, on the draft housing strategy. You may remember. The HAC members wanted a clearer connection between the soft density strategy and affordable housing, and they were not against allowing market rate homes in the city. I got a lot of questions about that, but I think I understand them now.
Oh, Mr. Landrum.
Chair, I attended 2 meetings since the last time we met. The Board of Architectural Review met on December 15th. At that meeting, we approved 3 certificates of appropriateness. We deferred 1 certificate of appropriateness for 612 West Main. And even though the architect is making good progress on developing a design that complies with the guidelines. And then lastly, there was preliminary discussion of the court's parking structure, which has also come through us. The BAR of course, it's within an ADC district, but also a approval has to be gotten from the BAR because the 2 buildings that are there are designated contributing to the historic district. So there was a discussion about that, and also design issues for the new structure, really focused on how to break up that long mass along Market Street. The Tree Commission met on January 5th, just last week. We elected the officers, Brian Menard as chair and Peggy Van Yeries as vice chair. And then we reviewed our annual goals and objectives for the commission and the committees, which took up most of the meeting. We did end up talking about the plan to plant 23 trees on January 21st coming up. And the CIP funding that was provided for new tree planting this year actually didn't end up covering those 23 trees. So we had to, our staff found funds in a fund source of public donations that was available to this, so that we're making up that difference that way. But that's how hard it is to get any trees planted right now. Thank you.
I was going to mention that I didn't have any meetings, but I just remembered, and I don't have any notes in front of me about this, but we did have a Board of Zoning Appeals meeting. And in that meeting, there was a request not to allow a accessory ramp on a property. And based on feedback that we got from staff and from legal, we felt that we could not allow that. So we did allow the ramp. And there was a request on one of the Woodard properties, the one on the Harris Street, the one that's being developed on the Harris Street, to allow a little more height in that building, not much, but a little more height. And we agreed to allow the additional height because it's not visible from anywhere that a pedestrian might be walking or an automobile might be walking. And I wish I had my notes. And if I find them, I'll type them up and email them out to everybody on that. That was Board of Zoning Appeals. And again, we've got LUPEC, which will be meeting on Friday, as Mr. Palmer suggested. So, Ms. Creasy.
Sure. We've got a couple of things going on. We've talked a little bit about our staffing changes, and so we will be working on adjusting to make sure that all of our day-to-day work is covered and work on things the best that we're able to. We're planning to recruit for those positions, and we'll hope to fill them as soon as we possibly can in this current environment. Did want you all to keep penciled in the work session that we scheduled for January 26th. If you all remember, we scheduled that as a joint session with the county concerning housing initiatives, and the county asked for some additional time because they're still working through parts of their program. And so we'll be corresponding with them along the way to try and get that rescheduled in the future. But in the meantime, our consultants are working through some programming for some discussions that need to occur with the commission concerning next steps in the comp plan process. And so Jenny may provide some feedback to us on that this evening, but I know they have a few meetings this week to try and solidify their programming for that. So keep it penciled in, and if something changes, we'll let you know as soon as possible. We scheduled that one from 5:30 to 7:30. But since we're not meeting with the county anymore, we could move that back to 5 to 7. It's at the group's prerogative as to what you would prefer. So if there's any preferences on that, let me know. And another reminder, you all received a message from the clerk concerning real estate forms for the year. So just a reminder to address those. If you've asked any questions of legal on that, there have been a lot of initiatives going on right now. And so they have your request, and we'll be back with you in a manner so you can get them in on time. But if you do have any additional questions on those forms, you can let myself or Lisa Robertson know, and we will assist you with those. But you can send them directly back to the clerk, and she will take care of that for you. Usually you all bring them to me, I hand them to the clerk. We're in a little different world right now. But yeah, just wanted to remind you that that's something that you need to take care of. So those are the main things that we have at this point. We are still continuing to process applications through Neighborhood Development Services. We're staying the course. We've got all of our current staff working mostly from home. We have a few that work in the building at different periods of time. Most of the staff that works with you all from a planning perspective goes in at least once a week to drop off and pick up, and then there's certain things we just have to get done in the office. But we are continuing to process applications, continuing to help the public with the things that we need to assist them with. The development continues, construction continues. And so, we're just hopeful that 2021 brings us a little bit brighter spots than 2020 did overall.
Yes. All right, Mr. Rice, we are now ready for matters to be presented by the public that are not on the formal agenda. So to the public, this is an opportunity to talk about Monticello Road, if you'd like to, or an opportunity to talk about the zoning text amendment that's being sponsored by Mr. Stolzenberg, or anything else that you'd like to talk about that relates to the work we do, with the exception of the Jerry Avenue small area plan. So Mr. Rice, is there
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Sure, for any of our 22 attendees joining us this evening, if you would like to address the commission during this first public comment opportunity, please click the raise hand icon and you'll be called upon in the order of hands raised. Once you are activated to speak, please unmute your mic and you'll have 3 minutes for comment. And Chair Mitchell, we currently have about 5 hands raised, and our first speaker is Kimber in Hockey. And you are now on with the commission.
Welcome, Kimber.
Hi, how are you? Thank you for listening. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Kimber Hockey. I live at 709 Belmont Avenue, and I'm speaking as a private citizen. There's a few more concerns in addition to the ones that we already raised concerning the Monticello Road project. The most important one was that the topic of trees did not really come up in the last meeting, except to say that the trees that were there were going to block the view of the height of the building. First of all, there's a first line of evergreen trees, which may or may not block the height because it's on an incline. I'm not sure if they will. And then the other line of trees that's closer to the project, besides the fact that they're deciduous and will lose their leaves, appear really to be at risk from the construction itself. So it's not clear at all that any of those 10 odd trees are going to survive the project. And so I just would really like to request that more of a study be done on the situation with those trees that appear not to be properly represented, perhaps on the renderings that y'all have. And I've sent along some pictures. I'm not sure if you've seen them or not. And just to point out that the center, Belmont Center, has already suffered a huge loss of trees because of the way that they did the Junction restaurant. There was about 6 old growth trees and some fewer like dogwood trees and smaller trees that were destroyed without really much knowledge that this was going to happen by the neighborhood. So a block away there's already been the destruction of a huge amount of trees right there. Second to that, I just, I didn't know that this was going to come up this time when it was deferred. And of course, I have responsibility in keeping on top of that, but I guess I wish there were a better way that we could communicate, especially with people who do comment when something's going to come up again when it gets deferred. And I'm not really sure how we could be doing that. And then finally, there used to be a way on the main website, there was a listing of emails and such to contact planning commissioners directly. And it appears now that we have to move through NDS to send emails and comments to y'all. I really would prefer, and many others have asked me about why they can't email or where the emails go, contacting commissioners directly. There's I'll just speak for myself, there's a lack of faith in some of the things that NDS has done. And so I would prefer not to have to be filtered through them and be able to communicate with commissioners directly. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Chair Mitchell, our next speaker is Laura Goldblatt. Laura, you are on with the commission. You have 3 minutes.
Welcome, Laura.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my comments today. My name is Laura Goldblatt. I live in Belmont and I am a CRHA commissioner. And so thank you for your service. Speaking of democracy, I know that it's a lot of work, a lot of meetings, but it's really important. And so I wanted to speak today to encourage you to deny the special use permit for 1000 Monticello Road, because I believe as the permit currently stands, it will cause adverse effects to the neighborhood. And so this is because I think it's going to cause displacement, or at least there's nothing in the current application that would lead us to believe that it's not going to cause displacement and drive gentrification. So at a recent CRHA training, Delphine Carnes, who's one of our lawyers, was asked about whether the construction of market rate housing helps to address the lack of affordable housing. She responded with an emphatic no, and she said, quote, trickle down housing simply doesn't work. It just means you're growing toward gentrification in the worst meaning of the term. She also said that creating affordable housing is not easy and it requires a commitment, as many of us have seen with CRHA's commitment to expanding affordable housing in ways that do not adversely impact public housing residents' quality of life. Ms. Kars is an attorney and affordable housing technical assistance provider working in over 8 localities in Virginia. And I can provide the link to the training in the chat. But it's for this reason that I think, as it's currently written, with only 5 affordable units and not at the rate that where there's the most need, I don't think that this is going to prevent displacement. And I think especially in the midst of a pandemic where people need to shelter in place and where we're seeing perhaps an increased need for stable housing on the public health front, I think this is the wrong direction for us to be moving as a community. I think it will cause additional harm. So thank you very much for listening to my comment, and I hope the rest of you have a good evening.
Chair, our next speaker is Nancy Carpenter. Nancy, you are on with the commission. You have 3 minutes.
Welcome, Nancy.
Good evening, and thank you for having this time together this evening. I am here to make a comment about the Belmont Heights special use permit by Piedmont Holdings. I don't believe this SUP meets the goals that this commission has verbalized for months and months and months regarding affordable housing. Also, this request does not seem to mesh with the comprehensive plan because of my concern regarding adverse impact to those individuals that are living there that are of moderate income being replaced by upper income residents. And we know who a lot of people are that are displaced from the city. You've seen public comment about this in many, many threads on social media, so I don't need to go into that. This is also an issue of adverse impact. I have a lot of unanswered questions about this SUP and how it would adversely impact the residents. Is Mr. Holtzworth going to raise the rents on current residents to finance his dream of an SUP and their displacement? Now, one of my questions was answered regarding these precious few units, that they're only going to be around for 10 years. Well, Ms. Kohl, who lived in the prior apartment complex, lived in her unit for 47 years. There is no clarity right now on whether Mr. Holtzworth will accept vouchers. He could or he could not. I know it's up to him, but if he really wants to grow his brand of Piedmont Holdings as perhaps a developer of quote unquote affordable housing, this SUP request ain't it. Okay, that's what I'm saying. I think he needs to provide a deeper affordability to negate any adverse impacts that can result in displacement. And then I'm going to leave you with this. I talked about Ms. Kohl, Ms. Helen Kohl, who was displaced when Piedmont Holdings took ownership of that property a year ago. And she did live in her unit for 47 years. So she was quite older and had been in her home longer than some of you have been alive on this commission. She was also blind. And she knew where everything was in her apartment, every last thing. So, you know, if you want to, close your eyes and imagine you're back in council chambers. Do you know where the light switch is? Do you know how many steps from your seat to the steps down from the dais? Do you know how many steps up the aisle to the council chambers entrance doors? She knew all of that. She knew all that. Now, she's passed away some months ago. You know, she was displaced, and I'm not saying that displacement had anything to do with her passing. However, the trauma on her body and brain to relearn all that logistical data, I am sure, took a toll. This is what I'm talking about, commissioners, adverse impact. It's not only about displacement, but it's also about diversion, equity, and inclusion focus and everything else. So I am asking that you deny this request this evening at this time. Thank you.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Brandon Collins. Brandon, you are on with commission. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Brandon Collins. I work for the Public Housing Association of Residents, FAR, the duly recognized resident council and resident advisory board for public housing in Charlottesville. But more importantly, I am also a lifelong resident of Charlottesville. I have 3 children who live here, and this community means a lot to me. And I'm here to speak against the request for 1000 Monticello Road. And I do that for a number of reasons. One is that the owner, Mr. Holsworth, has shown through past actions that his use of the property has caused an extreme adverse impact on the people who are living there and the neighborhood. There was mass displacement at the property for which there is no recovery. There were folks there who moved out of state. There are folks there who live in significantly higher rents, and a woman who has died quite recently after the displacement. So I think Mr. Holsworth has shown to not be a partner when it comes to affordability, and has certainly shown through past actions that the impacts that he's caused with the use of property have been severe. The current application really only does the bare minimum. And I think it's a real shame, because I think under a new comp plan and under a new housing strategy, this whole process might not even be allowed. And I think that should factor into your decision making. I don't know if that's legal or not, but on principle, this is not a helpful way of moving forward on affordability. Current application, even for the meager amount of units that are being proposed as being, quote, affordable, even at 6% AMI, you're still talking about $1,000 for a 1-bedroom apartment, which suggests that the other apartments that aren't deemed affordable will be much higher in rent. And that's not affordable by any human measure, and certainly is going to do very little to help anybody during this pandemic, and even more importantly, the recovery from this pandemic, when the entire nation's going to be faced with an eviction crisis, and certainly Charlottesville's affordable housing crisis is going to be exacerbated. And so we need every unit counts in this city. And so the inability to address that causes yet another adverse impact on the entire city as regards affordability. I have questions about the existing apartments and whether rents are going to be raised there in order to finance additional building. And I have big questions about the extent of community engagement by Mr. Holsworth on this issue. I think Mr. Holsworth has proven not to be a good community partner, and that needs to change. And I think the Planning Commission certainly has a stake in that and has every means to compel that. Charlottesville needs better development, and I think you all know that. The crippling housing crisis.
I'm gonna need you to begin wrapping up.
Okay, well, I was just gonna mention COVID and the recovery again, the impact of losing more units to market rate right now is not good for this community. And I encourage you all to deny the permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Mr. Rice.
Our next speaker is Alexandra McGee. Alexandra, you're on with commission. You have 3 minutes.
Welcome, Alexandra.
Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for spending your time serving our community. My name's Alex. I'm a private homeowner in Belmont for the last 7 years. I've lived in the Charlottesville area for 16 of the last 20 years. And before that, I lived in Louisa for 6 years. Today, I was trying to bring myself up to date on some activities in the city. I commend you on the Seville Plans Together page for the graphic that lays out the process. I am going to ask you to clarify some things on that website. The word "we" is used a lot without explaining who the word "we" refers to. There's consultants referred to without naming them or saying how to get in touch with them. One concern that I have, and I did write an email today to the contact person on that website asking for help, but I'm going to communicate it to you also. On either side of Monticello Avenue, as it comes up from the interstate heading towards downtown, that area in the 2018 proposed comprehensive plan would increase intensity. And if I understand right, it would allow businesses in a current residential area. I don't think that's a good idea. And to me, it kind of feels unfair. And then a second thing that I'd like to name to you all is that in that 2018 comprehensive plan, there's a big patch of purple in the area called Moores Creek, which is down below Reeves Park. That is currently all natural area. And if I understand from a meeting that I went to last year in the neighborhood association, the engineer who did the environmental review on that is also the owner of the property that is asking to develop there. So I'm asking you to please not allow a conflict of interest. And I don't think that making those roads there more commercial is good for the people who've lived there long term, who often have not had a voice in their community. And then finally, as I was trying to bring myself up to speed on what you all do, I noticed your mission is orderly development. And I wonder if your mission might be changed to just an equitable and inclusive development. So thank you so much for opening up to the public comments. And again, thank you for all your work. And I hope all of you are able to be safe and your families and loved ones are able to be well.
Thank you, Alex.
Chair, our next speaker is Emily Dreyfus. Emily, you're on with commission. You have 3 minutes.
Welcome, Emily.
Good evening. My name is Emily Dreyfus and I work for the Legal Aid Justice Center at 1000 Preston Avenue. I agree with many of the prior speakers that the special use permit for 1000 Monticello Road should not be approved. There are many unanswered questions and a very real potential for this development to put further pressure on the housing market, ultimately contributing to a significant worsening of the shortage of affordable housing. These adverse impacts are particularly concerning when you consider this developer's actions in 2019. I'd like to share some information about 2 residents who received notices to leave their very affordable homes in the Belmont Apartments, now called Belmont Heights. One prefers to remain anonymous. This mom paid under $1,000 in rent each month for a 2-bedroom apartment. She and her family relocated after receiving the notice to leave. The best option they could find was over $1,500 a month plus electric. She told me that she struggles to pay the rent every month. Their unwanted relocation took them out of the city into a new school district. And she also told me they really miss the convenience of living at 1000 Monticello Road. Most importantly, she told me, quote, when everybody was there together, it was a strong little community. We helped each other, unquote. The other resident also benefited from the community the neighbors built. This is Helen Kohl, who you heard about from Ms. Carpenter earlier. She was blind and she was in her 80s when she received the notice to move out. She had lived in her home for 47 years. And this was so important for her because she was very proud of her independence. She lived alone. She stayed nimble and engaged in large part because she enjoyed the little community that they had formed. She appreciated her neighbors' support and she cared deeply about their well-being. Ms. Coles told me that she cried for 2 days straight when her neighbor read the eviction letter to her. The thought of fighting for her right to stay in her home was alien to her, but she did speak openly in a TV interview about how the notice to leave caused her a lot of pain. I stayed in touch with Ms. Coles after she moved out. Every time I called or visited, she told me about feeling lonesome and disconnected from other people. She could not reconcile what had happened to her and her neighbors. She told me that she had no money left after paying her rent and said it was over 2 times more than she had paid in Belmont. Her health gradually declined and she passed away a little over a year after moving out of her former home. As I think you're aware, there were several other residents who had very involved disabilities or were elderly. I'm aware of 2 who moved to other states when they couldn't find feasible housing locally. I am not aware of any resident who was told to move out, left, and then was offered an opportunity to return. This developer has a thoroughly demonstrated lack of commitment to affordable housing. He has refused offers of partnership from nonprofits. His prior actions and this proposed addition to the building, which is out of character with the broader neighborhood, increase pressure on the housing market. I urge you to deny this application because of the potential for adverse effects on our community. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Chair Mitchell, the next speaker is Maddie Green. Maddie, you're on with commission. You have 3 minutes.
Welcome, Maddie.
Hi there, thank you for having me. I'm a resident of Charlottesville. I lived close to Belmont in Woolen Mills, and I have lived in Charlottesville for 10 years. And after reviewing the packet that the developer has submitted for 1000 Monticello Road, I would like to suggest the planning commissioners deny this SUP. I think it's quite clear from the public comment last time that the affordable housing commitment is really not affordable at all, especially to those who are earning minimum wage at this time. I would also like to point out that I don't think this is even providing workforce housing. If you look at 80% of the AMI in Charlottesville right now, I know my husband and myself, who both have UVA degrees, have certainly never been offered a job that meets the 80% AMI threshold. We've worked for nonprofits as home health care aides, child's care providers, and now I'm training as a social worker. And I think these are important jobs that our city wants to maintain. I certainly don't think they're the greatest need of affordable housing in this community, but they're certainly community jobs that it's really important to maintain. And this proposal doesn't provide those. And I don't think the wording on the proposal is really strong enough to convince us that they're providing workforce housing that is meaningful for this community. Additionally, I just want to point out how eviction is such a problem in the COVID-19 pandemic, and would like to point out really how frightening it is to get a notice or that your lease is not being renewed. And from what I've seen in eviction prevention, especially during COVID, is that most residents who receive this, just as Emily had previously mentioned, people leave. People don't have a right to counsel here in Charlottesville, so they're not going to fight illegal eviction. I think it's really misleading when the developer and owner say that they didn't legally evict all of the tenants before the renovations, because people self-evict, because legal proceedings can be quite scary. So I want to thank you for your time and your consideration and your service to our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Maddie.
Our next speaker is Carmelita Wood. Carmelita, you're on with commission. You have 3 minutes.
Welcome, Carmelita.
I don't think I was on. Are we talking about the Cherry Avenue Small Area Plan?
Not yet.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I didn't hit anything.
Hey, that'll be next.
Yeah.
Okay, our final speaker is Walt Heinecke. Walt, you're on with commission. You have 3 minutes.
Welcome, Walt.
Thank you, and Happy New Year to all the commissioners, and thank you for your service to our community. I speak tonight in opposition to the SUP at Belmont Heights. Just to review, in 2017, we had an onslaught of racism and fascism in this community, and that woke us up to our own historical issues with racism in this community specifically. And that has led to a lot of introspection about how racism is institutionalized in our community and how it pervades our community in areas such as education and policing, and especially in housing. And I think what happens is we've done a pretty good job, I think, in Charlottesville of dealing with the public side of this. In other words, the commitment to public housing by City Council and the Planning Commission has been stellar and should continue. It's the market side of the equation of how we get to the solutions that is problematic and remains problematic. It's not really clear to me how these market-based solutions are ever going to make a dent in the 4,000 unit affordable housing crisis if every time these SUPs come up, they just contribute to the problem. And if we're allowed to take a bureaucratic perspective on this and basically just you know, continue to approve SUPs for projects that don't abate the or ameliorate the housing crisis that we're under, then that part of the equation just keeps going on and on and on. So I think it's been clear in the other speakers tonight that there are significant adverse effects to our community and to affordable housing based on this particular project. So at what point do you all stand up and say, you know, we're going to object to these adverse effects and start thinking about how the market approach is not ameliorating the significant crisis in affordable housing, which is part of the racism that's going on in this community. So I encourage you to think out of the box tonight and to deny this SUP and to think about how we can do a better job at you know, the market approaches to addressing affordable housing in this community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Paul.
Okay, Chair, we do have an additional speaker, Mr. Donald Gathers. Don, you're on with commission. You have 3 minutes.
Welcome, Don.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone, and Happy New Year to everyone. Thank you all for your service and your continued commitment. I too sit here in opposition to the SUP and the threat that it poses to achieving our goals of where we as a community would like to find ourselves, where we would like to head ourselves towards affordable housing. And as simplistically as I can put it, I ask that as commissioners, you all deny this request, and that in this particular instance, that you choose morality and mortality over money. That's really all that I have to say, in addition to what all the other speakers have the issues that they've raised. And I just ask that you would indeed please consider what has been presented before you today. Thank you.
Chair, that appears to be our final speaker. If anyone else in attendance would like to speak during this first public comment time, please raise your hand by clicking the raise hand icon.
Right, I will gavel us out of the public comment and move on to the consent agenda. And I do not believe that there is anything in the consent agenda. I'm getting to know there is not from Ms. Creasy, so we will then move on to the consultants, the comp plan consultants. Jenny, I think you've got the lead on that.
I do. Let me take. Good evening, everyone. I'm just here for a few minutes.
By the way, we do have 3 councils on board, so we've got a quorum of councils to listen in as well.
Great. Just wanted to give a brief update and let you know a little status of where we're at with Seville Plans Together. Before I do that, I want to note I appreciated the comments made about the website, the use of "we" on the website. We, the consultant team, will work to clarify that and make it more clear. There's also an about page under the FAQ where you can see a list of the consultant team members. So just wanted to make a note about that. So when we met with you about a month ago, we gave you a brief overview of the sort of numbers, results of the November community engagement process, which was centered on sharing the draft affordable housing plan and the draft initial revisions to the comprehensive plan, which included the guiding principles and chapter vision statements for that. So we have prepared a draft summary of all activities and input received, as we did with the first phase, and we'll be sharing that on the website in the next couple of days. And that includes everything from the survey data, as well as email comments and letters, webinar Q&A, etc. So we'll send an email to our email list when that's ready, and we'll obviously make sure you all know about that as well. As far as the next steps for the affordable housing plan, we spoke with you, as I mentioned, in December, and we heard that you all would like to have a chance to review the housing plan in a meeting with us prior to a discussion with council. And so I believe that's been scheduled for February 9th. I'll let Missy or others correct me on that. Thank you. And we'll provide an updated plan as part of the packet for that meeting. On the comprehensive plan side of things, now that we've compiled the input we've gotten, we've reviewed it, we're continuing to work on incorporating that input into the comprehensive plan. And so first, there'll be a revision to the guiding principles and vision statements that we shared in November to reflect the input we got. And then we'll be revising the goals and strategies that are in the plan, both the draft chapters from 2018 where they exist, and then we'll be adding those into the new chapters, which are public engagement, the update to the land use chapter. So we'll be looking at new chapters for those two sections. Let's see here. As part of that comp plan update, I should mention the housing chapter of the comprehensive plan is where we'll be pulling in a lot of the pieces of the affordable housing plan. You'll see, as you know, in the affordable housing plan, there's specific actions and timeframes. So those actions will be pulled into the housing chapter, and the sort of timeframes and implementation responsibility for those actions will be pulled into the implementation chapter of the comprehensive plan. As we discussed last time, obviously a big piece of the comp plan is the future land use map. And so Missy mentioned we currently have a work session scheduled with you for that January 26th date, since your other meeting was postponed. And so as she mentioned, we're convening several times as a consultant team this week to determine that we have the right set of sort of the program, as she said, for that meeting to have a really productive and effective discussion. So we will let you know as soon as possible this week if we think we need to delay that a little bit. But right now, I'm looking forward to speaking with you more about land use on the 26th. And just a couple more things to mention. We'll be making some adjustments to the schedule that's on the website. Most notably, the zoning rewrite will not be kicking off this month as currently shown. Obviously, we need to advance the land use discussion more before the zoning analysis can be really fully effective. Obviously, we've already discussed a lot about what might need to be addressed in the zoning, but a big piece of that will come out of the affordable housing plan and the other elements that we've been talking about. So just to wrap this up in summary, and then I'm happy to take any of your questions, but we'll send you a link to the input summary in the next couple of days, and then we'll likely see you twice in the next month. So we look forward to those discussions.
So Bill, do you have any questions for Jenny? Mr. Stolzenberg, Ms. Russell, Ms. Reverend Heaton.
No question.
Ms. Dowell.
Not necessarily a question. Well, I guess it is a question. I was just wondering, we had a discussion in our pre-meeting as far as where we are with the Cherry Avenue small area plan, and as it involves the comp plan update. Can you speak to how you guys are addressing that for me, please?
Yes, thank you. I meant to mention that. So I appreciate that you mentioned that. All of the small area plans that have been completed recently, when I say recently, just since the last, the land use map has been updated, we're going to be looking at all of those and looking at how they can best be incorporated into the future land use map. So we did see the previous version of the Cherry Avenue small area plan, and we're looking forward to reviewing the version that was in this the packet for this meeting, and seeing how that's changed. But we're waiting to see how discussions go, how this moves forward. But we do plan to incorporate whatever comes out of it into the comp plan process. Does that respond to your question?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Soliate.
Clear, thank you.
And Mr. Lentra.
No questions. Thank you, Jenny, for the update.
Any questions from council?
I have none.
And I think Lloyd's on here someplace, but he didn't say anything. So cool. All right, I think we are ready to move into the public hearing. So, Madam Vice Mayor, is council in order?
I am double checking to make sure Lloyd.
Yes, I'm here. I'm on. I was on before. I just
wanted to make sure.
Yep.
We're all here. We
right,
are.
There's only one item in the public hearing session, and that item is CP 21-00001. And that is an amendment to the comp plan. It is the Cherry Avenue small area plan. The proposed amendment was put together by the residents of Fightfield with support from the Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission. It details a vision for the Cherry Avenue corridor or Cherry Avenue mixed use corridor in Fightfield. We're being asked to recommend one of 4 possible options. We can recommend that council approve the plan as it has been written. We can make a couple of amendments to the plan and recommend it be approved with the amendments. We can recommend that it be deferred and that the applicant go back and do a little bit more work, or we can recommend a rejection of the amendment. So with that, I believe Mr. Alfie has the lead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So, Commissioners, City Council, tonight you'll be holding a public hearing on the Cherry Avenue Small Area Plan. This is a long time in the making, and at points I didn't know if we were ever going to get here. It's taken 5 years, but here we are. I know one of the driving principles of our community is engagement and on letting the neighborhood drive the planning process. This is very true with the plan before you tonight. And before I turn things over to the planning district for the presentation, I would like to thank the Fifo community with a special thanks to Carmelita Wood, President of the Fifo Neighborhood Association, and members of the Cherry Avenue think tank, especially Sarah Malpass, for all their hard work on this process over the years. They have worked tirelessly over the past 5+ years, and I know many of them are here tonight and will be speaking during the public hearing. This is truly their plan, and I would also like to give thanks to Nick Morrison and staff with the TJPDC for their work on crafting the community's vision. We all know that one of the hardest parts in creating a plan like this is community engagement and feedback. I don't know what the budget was, and the directors of NDS and the PDC can speak to that, but whatever it was does not cover the amount of work that Nick has put in. To gain the community's trust, Nick was embedded in the community, and for 2 years, he was part of every front porch conversation, walking tour, door knocking effort, cookout, open house, neighborhood meeting, and work session. It is through these efforts and the hard work from the members of the communities that this planning process was a success. In a moment, the PDC will be giving their presentation and you will hear from the public. You will also have a chance to ask questions and hold a discussion prior to voting on the resolution found in the staff report. One aspect I would like to point out is how this ties into the other major planning processes going on in the city at this time, mainly the update to the comprehensive plan, housing strategy, and the zoning rewrite. The Cherry Avenue Small Area Plan, if adopted, is a high-level policy document that will help with the completion of these other documents, most notably the zoning rewrite. The Small Area Plan is a vision document with actionable items for the neighborhood and by the neighborhood, but it is not an ordinance. One area where the plan will have an immediate impact is how the zoning code is rewritten. If the Small Area Plan is adopted into the city's comprehensive plan, the consultant working on the zoning rewrite will use this document along with additional community engagement to update the city's zoning code. I am sure you'll have questions and comments, but with that, I'm going to turn it over to Nick Morrison with Thomas Jefferson Planning District presentation.
Thanks, Matt. I appreciate that introduction. I do have a quick presentation. I think I can share my screen if I'm able to. If not, I can talk through. Oh, perfect. So yes, like Matt said, I'm Nick Morrison. I am a planner on staff with the Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission. Chip Boyles, our executive director, and Sandy Shackelford, our director of planning, are also here in attendance and may jump on to answer any questions or assist in the discussion later on. But with that, if we can go to the next slide. So why now? What was kind of the impetus behind doing this planning effort? Residents of Fifeville had noted this pressure of displacement, specifically of longtime residents, and the need for additional affordable housing, stresses on the neighborhood from traffic, particularly along the commercial corridor of Cherry Avenue, development that was underway on both east and west ends of the commercial corridor and what the impacts could be to residents and the large number of vacant lots with potential for development. And finally, the ability to utilize the groundwork laid by the Fightfield Neighborhood Association that Matt touched on. This process came about through their work of identifying kind of a framework for a small area plan, which they presented back in, I think, 2016. So that work was then, kind of led the way for what we have before you today. Next slide, please. So the study area originally started as kind of a core focus area of just the Cherry Avenue commercial corridor. As we started holding meetings with the neighborhood, it became apparent that we really needed to think, greater and incorporate the entire Fifo neighborhood, which is the study area you see in front of you. So how all of those various aspects of the neighborhood, fit into the planning process. Next slide. So setting out the plan intent was to develop a clear vision for Cherry Avenue and the surrounding Fifo neighborhood. So to create a vision for this study area, provide recommendations that were actionable to achieve that vision that was developed by the neighborhood, and to help guide actions of city officials and community stakeholders. Next slide. To that end, we did extensive community engagement. It certainly took probably more time than initially thought. I think when we scoped this project, we had a really formulaic kind of, 3 public meetings. And we quickly found out that that was not going to be sufficient. And throughout the course of this project, with the help of the Cherry Avenue think tank, which was the guiding steering group made up of residents of the Fightfield neighborhood, we developed kind of a sort of a different approach than the PDC had done in the past. So we did do large scale open houses. We held 4 of those between March of 2018 and December of 2019. We also did these smaller focus groups with stakeholders within these certain groups. So transportation providers, education providers within Fightfield, business owners, and youth in the community. And these were certain topical areas that members of the Fightfield Neighborhood Association, particularly the think tank, wanted more direct conversations with to try and build kind of a better insight into what those specific needs were. But what really, I think, proved to be successful were these front porch discussions. And this was an idea that was developed by a member of the think tank, Willow Gale, who I don't know if is present tonight or not, but she had said, well, why don't we just gather people, come over to my house. I've got a number of people that live on the block. We can come together and hold just an informal discussion. And that kind of paved the way for this more, formalized version of that by doing these front porch discussions where we would, have members of the think tank identify, a date and time, whether that was, a Sunday morning or a Thursday evening, whatever it may be. So that way our staff could be present to help facilitate just these really informal discussions. And over the course of the summer of 2018, we held 6 of those meetings. And then we did attend the one of the back to school cookout events for the Greenstone on 5th, which is a housing provider there in Fifo. And then we did also attend one of the local groups. They have a big kickoff event each year, and we attended that and tabled there. So trying to go where the people are, again, to get out of this kind of aspect of, we're from the government, we're here to help, to really put the plan in the people's hands and really have them drive the effort. Next slide, please. So with all that community engagement, the neighborhood built this vision that the Cherry Avenue will be a vibrant mixed-use area that supports a diverse, thriving Fifo community. New development and investment on Cherry Avenue and throughout the neighborhood will build a sense of community between long-term time and newer residents and be accessible to residents at the most vulnerable end of the socioeconomic scale. Next slide, please. So to build on that vision, the neighborhood develops a set of 10 goals. One, to rebuild and strengthen that sense of belonging and inclusion in the community, to lift up and preserve Fifeville's legacy of African-American leadership and highlight its unique sense of place as a culturally diverse neighborhood, to ensure that local land use laws encourage a vibrant mixed-use corridor along Cherry Avenue while also respecting the lower density historical housing forms, ensuring that low-income residents, people of color, and generational residents are able to remain in Fifeville and benefit from any neighborhood investments, invest in empowerment and upward mobility for neighborhood residents, particularly at the most vulnerable end of the socioeconomic scale. Next slide, please. To foster an inclusive and welcoming community through placekeeping, placemaking, and beautification, encouraging new development that advances equity, is financially and socially accessible to residents and represents Fifeville, providing a safe and more connected community that creates access and opportunities for residents, providing a transportation network that prioritizes safety and mobility, and finally, increasing health and well-being for all neighborhood residents. So a set of 10 goals that really speak to that vision of Fifeville. Next slide, please. So again, to achieve those goals, achieve that vision, we came up with a set of recommendations. They were divided into 6 main categories based on kind of the feedback that we had received throughout the process. The first being placekeeping and community building, the second being economic development, followed by housing, land use, transportation, and parks and recreation. The recommendations that were developed were vetted through 2 technical committee meetings made up of staff and community stakeholders. And then we held a final draft recommendation presentation to the public at a venue on Cherry Avenue in December of 2019 for the public to review those recommendations, the full plan, the executive summary, everything, and provide feedback from there. So we then had a presentation to the Planning Commission in February of 2020, and then COVID hit and kind of derailed sort of the momentum that had been built, over the winter of 2019 and into 2020. We got feedback from staff, and we decided, based on their feedback, that those recommendations need to have some sort of prioritization attached to them. So through the summer and early fall, our staff worked to develop kind of a schema for prioritizing the recommendations in the plan. Next slide, please. So to that end, we developed sort of this tiered system. So tier 1 being recommendations that were ranked high by the neighborhood, and then also attaching 2 sets of timeframes to implementation and then realization. And I'll define those as we move on in the presentation. The tier 2 recommendations tended to rank as high priority by the neighborhood, but maybe had a longer term realization timeframe attached to it. And then the final tier, tier 3, were recommendations that were ranked lower in priority by the neighborhood and had a longer timeframe for either implementation, realization, or both. Next slide. So to that end, we included this kind of definition matrix of what all of those different things are. So the reference number being just an easy way to kind of reference that recommendation, the recommendation itself. The neighborhood priority ranking was developed by the neighborhood. So based on feedback from them, they identified each recommendation as high, medium, or low priority. This implementation timeframe was a rough estimate of time for the responsible entity to execute the identified recommendation. So, those that would fall into the short-term category, would take less than 1 year to 3 years to execute, and those that fall into that long-term category would be 3 or more years for implementation. The realization timeframe is also another rough estimate for the implementation of that goal. So once that goal has been implemented, say it's a policy change, what would it take for it to be realized and that can impact felt in the community? in the long term. So, a long-term realization time frame would have been, 5 or more years. It's different from that long-term implementation time frame, just knowing that, things take a little bit longer to impact, to be felt as impacts in the community. The responsible entity is the party primarily responsible for implementation of the recommendation. And then the easy win category is sort of that low hanging fruit. So the community helped to identify sort of these easy wins that there's either existing momentum, such as the trail connection to Tonsler Park and Greenstone on 5th, or would require maybe not as much effort to implement. And those easy win designations were vetted by city staff to make sure that those actually were accurate. Next slide, please. So this is an example of the placekeeping recommendation list. So you can see the different color coding of tiers and then how those recommendations are then broken out. And the intent of this was to provide staff and stakeholders with a manageable list of recommendations. I think some of our recommendations categories had quite a lot of recommendations in them, and that can be a bit tough to digest. But I think this provides sort of a simplified way for people to kind of work through these recommendations, highlight what priorities the neighborhood has identified, and then attach some sort of kind of schema again to that prioritization effort, which is what you see here. Next slide, please. So that's what I had to provide as an update on where we are with the plan. I know there's a lot of questions and discussion.
All right, why don't we do the usual left to right and begin with Mr. Palmer.
All right, just a couple things. First of all, I really commend you on this plan. It's a great document, and not only a great document, but the website that you set up, I thought did a really good job of compiling a lot of really interesting information. I mean, planning studies going all the way back to the 60s are available there, and that's really just a huge trove of information on this neighborhood. Beyond that, my only real comment is it has to do. It was just something I was thinking about. Cherry Avenue is obviously it has times where it's really congested, and I know one of the recommendations revolves around the Cherry Avenue and 5th Street, Ridge Street intersection, and it talks about widening. I think it's T3. If you go also to the 5th or McIntyre Ridge 5th corridor study that the city also recently completed, there's a little more context in there, and there's a little more detail in what might be a recommended redesign of that intersection. So I just kind of wanted to point that out, that I mean, I don't know what, if it needs to be changed or anything like that. I'm not really saying that. I just wanted to point that out, that is a critical, turn movement, right turn, Cherry Avenue onto 5th Street. And the city has, obviously here and in the corridor plan addressed it, or has ways of addressing it. So beyond that, those were my main comments. So thanks.
Nick, do you have any thoughts about that?
I apologize. I actually lost my connection and rejoined, Bill, as you were finishing your statement. But for the last part, the intersection, but I didn't get the first.
Yeah, I know it. I was just pointing out that there's the McIntyre Ridge 5th Street corridor plan as well. And I don't know, I know that you were developing your plan, and that was kind of developing either before or after you even did the plan, but there's a little more detail on what to do with that intersection in the future. Just kind of wanted, specifically that right turn movement from Cherry onto 5th Street, which is a huge area of congestion at certain times in the afternoon. So,
yeah.
Mr. Rice, would you mind begin running the clock with the next speaker?
Thanks.
I'm sorry, Nick.
Oh, Thank you. Was just going to say, Bill, yeah, I think that process kicked off after we started, kind of in full with this, but I know that city staff, especially the transportation engineering, reviewed some of those recommendations that came out in the transportation section of our plan, and did highlight, the pending changes that were coming to that intersection, and then the work that would come out of that study. I don't know if there's any specific reference in the Cherry Area plan to that, so we may need to look at including that reference.
Mr. Stolhate. Mr. Stolzenberg.
Sure. I think Commissioner Russell technically sits to the left of me, except that we've never actually sat there together, but I'll go.
Okay, thanks.
So, yeah, I mean, I definitely have some concerns with some of the technical errors, in particular in analyzing existing conditions from TJPDC's analysis. I know there was a staffer that wasn't there. If you have anything to say on that, I think that would be okay. But, otherwise, I think we can just get those fixed. The big question I have is about University Manor, the property to the west and to the south of Tonsler. I think it's about 16 acres plus the whole strip along Fish Street, which is about half again as large as the Beacon on 5th development, just outside of the neighborhood. I see that it's, one of the top mentioned phrases from the community engagement. It's listed as like one of the most likely to redevelop in the, financial analysis there. But I don't really see anything in the plan about what's supposed to happen there.
Yeah, that's a good point, Rory, and I'll speak first to the data analysis, and I think it's a valid point that you made. Specifically looking at kind of that land use analysis and what the kind of the shortcomings are in that, and I think we can work with city staff to make sure that that process as it evolves is correct and the data sources that we're using are correct. Again, without being the staff person that developed that methodology and who is no longer at the PDC, it's a little hard to go back and re-engineer it, looking at data without source information. But I think just based on the importance of making sure that we get that right, we can certainly do that. For the University Manor parcel, I don't know if that was included in that kind of development scenario, which I think just looked at parcels that were just adjacent on the Cherry Avenue corridor. And I don't think there was any like specific information for what the feasibility of any parcel could be, other than just kind of developing, based on existing underlying zoning, what could be built, and that's what was visualized in that section. Are you thinking that you would want just a high level reference to that parcel as to what it could develop as?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't really care so much about, the zoning capacity of it, so much as, the neighborhood's vision for what it should be. I know there's like the one page that points to examples of the kind of housing people would like along Cherry. Is the idea that that would just carry over to other vacant parcels in the primary area and the secondary area?
I think that could be the thought. I'm not sure if I have an answer for you right now. It may be something that we would want to go back to the community and present to them for their their recommendation as to what ideally something like that could potentially be.
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea, and to engage the property owner, who I think will be here later tonight. Well, I don't know if he'll be here, but to create, I think the whole goal of some of these small area plans usually is to, take big vacant parcels like that, and really help get the community's vision for it out there, so that when it's developed, and it's very likely to develop, according to your analysis, that it works for everybody. Thanks.
Reverend Heaton. No, Ms. Russell. Ms. Russell.
Thank you. I don't have any questions per se. I think it's, worth probably stating that, of course, this document talks about lots of things, and as a commission and as a city, the thing we're looking at, which such review, is housing, and in that, maybe this plan can't do it all, but it will be interesting to, I guess what I can note are some things where goals in the Cherry Avenue plan align with our draft affordable housing plan, and then places where conflict, particularly maybe around zoning and density and neighborhood character desire. So I don't have any questions, but maybe some will come in our discussion.
Yes, I've appreciated some of the detail in this plan. The only thing I was really curious about is the connectivity of the Tossler Park and the Forest Hill Park. And are you referring to a sidewalk, or is this a combination of bike lane, path, paved? And the reason I'm asking all this is in thinking about future sustainability, access to groceries, and just community life. What is that path or that egress going to be constructed with?
Yeah, I don't think we have a clear idea as to what that the final look, feel, the alignment could be. I think more so it was a response to kind of that community desire for just increasing connectivity, particularly between the two parks, as there was a lot of reference to kids biking between them and then having to go on to Cherry Avenue, and maybe that not being the safest route for young kids to get between those two parks. So I could see it being kind of a combination, like you said, of whether that's a hard surface or not trail, and then increasing either sidewalk width or something like that. But I don't think there's a specific scope for what that could be at this point. But if it were to move forward, maybe that would develop.
Yeah, my preference would definitely be the increasing of sidewalk width, because that has a whole lot of benefits, especially as people find more and more creative ways to be ambulatory in an urban setting. So let's keep that wide enough for future inventiveness.
Great.
Thank you.
Ms. Dowell.
I don't have any questions per se at this time, but I would like to say that this is the type of planning that I enjoy hearing and participating in, where it comes from our citizens. This is what it reminds me of South First Street a little bit, even though I know this plan was definitely in progress way before that. But I encourage more of our citizens to start taking part of this type of plan. And this is how we prevent gentrification. And this is how we create a city that we are proud of and that we want to be in. So thank you for that.
Thank you. I mean, we were lucky to have such great involvement, particularly from the think tank. I think there's some here tonight that will speak on behalf of the process.
A lot of good in this plan. Not focusing on that right now. Sorry.
Sorry.
When we talked about this in 2020, I was thinking about it in terms of, oh, don't worry, we have money to prevent displacement. We have money to provide affordable housing. We don't have money. The money's all gone. So we're stuck with what's in the plan, not the future. And what's in the plan, especially pages 67 and page 108,
There is some responsiveness to the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, which was wonderful. That was very helpful, the SWOT analysis. But that's very focused on threats, specifically aesthetic concerns and concerns about walkability. But don't get to concerns about displacement, affordable housing, loss of community that I see elsewhere in the plan, and I feel I hear from residents. How do we get there?
Yeah, I mean, and that's a great point. I mean, I think operating under the assumption we were a year ago obviously has certainly changed. With the thought being that some of those maybe more in-depth conversations, particularly around land use and zoning, would occur through the some of those existing processes. Now, to answer how it could be kind of formulated within the plan, that's a good question. I don't know that I have an idea as to what that could be. I think if we were to develop some sort of way to address that and make sure that there's that consistency throughout the plan, that could be done. And that just may be, setting up a meeting with staff and stakeholders to figure out what that best approach would be and what it would look like, and then making sure that that's reflective, particularly in those pages that you mentioned, and then seeing if there's any other areas within the plan that may need some of that addressed as well. So I know that doesn't really answer your question, but I think if we, the process could then, evolve and we could figure out what that would be.
Thank you.
And Ms. Landra.
I don't have any quibbles or don't want to make any quibbles with the details, but what I do want to do is echo Ms. Dow and just congratulate the community on let them know how much I respect and admire them for recognizing the development vulnerability that they had and taking responsibility for creating a neighborhood association that mobilized themselves, their neighbors to come up with the ideas and the needs for a visioning plan in 2016 that then took it all the way to the end with help from our own city staff and with the PDC staff, and persevered. And I just can't say enough about the community. This is, to me, a model example of a small area plan, how it should be done. Thank you.
So I don't know how this is going to go when we begin deliberating. My guess is this is going to be an iterative process. We may have to go back and think of this a little bit more. Don't want to dwell on that. I just want to echo what Bill and Jody and Tania said. This is an excellent piece of work, and the engagement of the community has been ideal. So I want to congratulate you guys for that. Want to open it up to council to see if council has any input, any advice, any guidance, thoughts. And keep in mind, we do have a public hearing that we're about to have as well. So the public will get to speak in a minute.
Lloyd or Heather, do either of you have anything?
I have, I guess, two questions. The first is that there was a reference in the consultant's comments half an hour or so ago, an hour ago, however long ago it was now, that leads me to think that perhaps there had been some changes made in this plan, perhaps between the first draft and what we've got most recently. Is that true?
Not substantively, no. So we, I guess the last draft that Planning Commission would have viewed was in February of 2020. This draft has the prioritized recommendation matrix. So the recommendations prior were essentially in a matrix form, but not prioritized based on staff review. Those, that has now been reflected in this current draft. There were other smaller changes like, editing legends within some of the maps in the plan that were updated, some pictures that were grainy, so replacing those with updated imagery, small text adjustments. I'm happy to send a copy of the draft from 2020. And if anyone wants to compare it to this one, we'd be happy to provide those drafts. We don't have a marked up Microsoft Word version of it since it's all done in InDesign. And as was mentioned, it is certainly an iterative process, but we can provide those earlier drafts if you would like to see any of those changes that, while not substantive, certainly are different than what was existing in 2020.
Well, I have the old copy. In fact, I read that old copy when it came out a year ago. And I guess part of my question was how I didn't think that I might need to go back and read this most recent version terribly carefully. And if you're telling me there really are no substantive changes, then I'll relax.
Yeah, and that's correct. It's again, small text adjustments, pictures, map legends, and then the main point of that being the recommendation prioritization. So the recommendations themselves did not change, but the order of how they appeared did.
Okay, and the second point that I wanted to address is something that Ms. Russell referred to a few minutes ago. I don't know whether she was referring to the specific that I have in mind, but it struck me reading the report that the report was calling for basically less density of housing, whereas city policy at this point is looking for probably greater density and more housing. I noted in one of the chat comments that the neighborhood was told we could not address affordable housing policy and displacement in this plan, that we would have to do this through the current affordable housing and zoning rewrite processes. We expressed these as values we would like to advance. And I guess what I'm kind of reflecting on is that there is a school of thought in some of the planning and housing discussions we've been having in the recent years that basically says, yes, we need to increase housing density, but not in areas where there is already some density, not in areas where typically communities of color, for example. There's another school of thought that basically says, hey, we got a building, we got a problem, we need more units, build where we can build. Competing schools of thought, in some ways, perhaps competing visions of racial equity. Any thoughts on that dichotomy that we have to confront as we move forward with city council level?
Yeah, and I think that was the largest challenge that we faced in this process. It's that there is a desire specifically for affordability and making sure that residents who want to stay in the neighborhood have the ability to do that and afford to stay in their neighborhood. But one of the tools to do that is through zoning or through increased density to allow for more of those opportunities. But hearing just based on the community feedback, the fear was that developments like what has occurred along West Main Street could then be built on Cherry Avenue. And then what does that sort of create within that corridor, and does that start driving gentrification? And I think the approach was to try and look at it through not down zoning or anything like that. I don't know if the language gets to that as specifically as we should, and maybe that's an issue where we need to go.
I don't think it does.
I think in the recommendations there, specifically around land use, there's providing that new development is contextualized to some of those lower density forms. So how do you if you were to have a commercial or mixed use development along Cherry Avenue, how would that interact with, some of those single family homes on, 6th and whatnot? So it's a challenge. I don't know that this level of plan got to how do you address that specifically. I think the hope was that through some of these, more in-depth processes like the comp plan, the zoning rewrite, that some of those issues could be teased out. But again, this was, a neighborhood-led effort, and we wanted to respect what we heard from the residents.
The comment, at least the comment in the chat, suggests that that maybe what you might have been hearing from the neighbors may have been colored by or affected by a direction or a thought that they were being directed to not try to address broader issues, but to work within the framework of the current zoning ordinance. So I'm just conscious of the fact that in the next year, when we're going to be having an affordable housing plan, a comp plan, a zoning code rewrite, we're going to have to confront sort of the second order issue here, and focusing only on and receiving information and opinion on only the first order issue may not help us in the long run in our analysis.
So in the
Just a thought.
in the interest of keeping things going, are there any other thoughts from council?
Councilor Hill, did you have any?
A lot of my questions have been addressed, and I also just wanted to echo, I was able to attend some of those community-led events, and it was just really impactful just to kind of see firsthand some of those just really engaging exercises that were available, and also just what Lloyd was bringing up, just to kind of hear that tug that we're having in terms of people wanting to preserve their neighborhoods and be able to have that residential feel, while also recognizing that there is affordability and there is a lack of housing in the community. So thank you for the opportunity.
And I don't have anything else to add except for thank you. I've met with community leaders on this as well, and have been incredibly impressed by both the city staff, the planning commission staff, and the Fifo neighborhood in general, at how wonderful a plan this has been. So thank everybody for this.
So before we open it up to the public, is there any follow-up questions from the commission? Mr. Stolzenberg.
Yeah, one thing I'd like to add is I would love to see an appendix be added to this with some of the raw information that we got from the community. It's referenced a lot in the document, but I have not. It's hard to split, what came from the community and what is kind of added by TJPDC. And the other comment I'd say is I did see in there some concern, especially in one of the front porch discussions, about house flippers taking historically reasonably priced single family homes and flipping them into high-end ones. And I didn't really see any real discussion about that beyond just the concern expressed. So is there policy that could be used for that? Is there something we could do about that or add to the plan?
We can certainly include that raw data, Rory, that you're speaking to. We have an inventory of all of the comments and where they were received. I think the first iteration of the plan, we did include appendices, and we can do that moving forward too. The question on the house flipping, I think, would probably require a little bit more thought as to what maybe a specific recommendation to address that could be, but we can certainly look into that.
Thanks.
Any others? All right, Mr. Rice, let's open it up for public comment. Is there anyone in the lobby that would like to speak?
Okay, this hearing is now open to public comment. If you'd like to address the commission during this public hearing, which is specific to the Cherry Avenue small area plan, please click the raise hand icon and you'll be called upon in the order of hands raised. Once you're activated to speak, please unmute your mic and you'll have 3 minutes for comment. We currently have one person. This is Sarah Malpass. Sarah, you're on with council. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, this is Sarah Malpass. I live at 626 Bailey Road in Fifo. and I am the secretary of the Fightfield Neighborhood Association, and I'm here to speak in support of the adoption of the small area plan into the city's comprehensive plan. As has been noted a couple of times in the discussion already, and as you can see from the timeline on page 2 of the executive summary, the Cherry Avenue Small Area Plan is the culmination of over 5 years of planning efforts, which were led by the Fifo Neighborhood Association and the Cherry Avenue think tank. When we received funding from the city for this effort, the Fifo Neighborhood Association worked closely with city staff and staff from the Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission to design a scope of work and a planning process which focused on community engagement as a key deliverable of the TJPDC's work, and focused on delivering a small area plan that has action items which can be led by a diverse set of community stakeholders, including the city, the TJPDC, the Fifo Neighborhood Association, community residents, community property owners, and community business owners. I'm really proud of the work that my neighbors have done in front porch meetings, public planning sessions, cookouts, and community workshops, and through the Cherry Avenue think tank to debate the issues facing our community and offer their collective wisdom about how to ensure a healthy, welcoming, and inclusive community in Fifo moving forward. Fifo is a very special place in our community with a proud history of Black leadership in Charlottesville, as well as a present-day multicultural community that we want to preserve. The Cherry Avenue Small Area Plan sets forward a vision for placekeeping through preserving the history and culture of the Fifo community and ensuring that future investments in our community benefit current residents, and that the neighborhood remains accessible both financially and culturally to residents who are at the most vulnerable end of the socioeconomic scale. The vision and goals that the neighborhood developed, which are summarized on page 3 of the executive summary, represent the hopes, the values, and the dreams of our residents for the future of our community. These are the principles that we would expect to drive future development, including on properties like the one Mr. Stolzenberg highlighted in his comments. In the time since passing the draft recommendations off to the TJPDC and the city staff at the end of 2018, the Fifo Neighborhood Association has continued to move forward on implementation of many of the goals from the plan. This has included applying for grants to implement many of the connectivity and historic preservation goals of the plan, as well as working with a major property owner, specifically the property that Mr. Stolzenberger highlighted, and the Ravenna Trails Foundation to restore a multi-use path between the Tonsler Park and Greenstone on 5th. Very excited to share that the Trails Foundation recently established a lease with that property owner that will allow for implementation of the trail. And the Fifo Neighborhood Association has secured funding from the Charlottesville Area Community Foundation to pay our own residents to install the trail. We believe that it is equitable partnerships like these that with city support will make a real difference in the future of our community. And we hope that the Planning Commission will help to continue the momentum for investments like these that have been prioritized by the Fifo community residents by voting to adopt the Cherry Avenue Small Area Plan into the comprehensive plan. It has been a very long road to get this plan in front of you today. And while we know that there are ways in which it could certainly be improved, we hope that you will help us move it forward to adoption quickly so that we can move on from the plan development phase of this work, which has taken 5 years. We want to move on from the plan development to actually being able to advocate for plan implementation during the next city budgeting cycle. We look forward to continue our partnership with the city through the adoption and implementation of the Cherry Avenue Small Area Plan. And I ask that you recommend this amendment for adoption into the comprehensive plan. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chair, our next speaker is Carmelita Wood. Carmelita, you're on with the commission. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm sorry about earlier. I put my paper down and it hit the button. I'm sorry. My name's Carmelita Wood and I am current president of Fightfield Neighborhood Association. Just briefly to touch on some of the things that were said. First of all, let me read this to you. On behalf of the Fightfield Neighborhood Association and its residents, there's high hopes that you consider adopting the Cherry Avenue Small Area Plan. We realize that over the years, changes are going to come. Some are for the better and some are not. But residents of Fightfield feel that some of the changes around us that others thought were for the better have proven to increase the negativity of the neighborhood and surrounding neighborhoods in the city. We would not like to see the structures that surround us left. High buildings, structures that don't really coincide with what the neighborhood looks like. We realize that a lot of valuable property is in Fightfield, and it can be used to address some of the issues in the plan, talking about affordable housing issues for one. When we started this process, we wanted to make sure that Cherry Avenue would not succumb to the large, huge, overpowering structures that could contribute the unnecessary destruction of valuable land use that the neighborhood could not use. We believe that it is vital to adopt the small area plan, and you will be providing the surrounding neighbors and residents of Fightfield with the ability to ensure the safety and security of knowing that Cherry Avenue would thrive and become a model community in the city and not be reviewed as an in and out strip of congestion for commuters, as it has somewhat become. Welcomeness, any new development should be built and made a sense of welcomeness and friendliness to long-term and newer residents and surrounding neighborhoods, and not be looked at as a piece of structure blocking the beauty of the mountains or the sun. Extensive work has been done on this by the TJPDC and the think tank and members of the neighborhood association, along with residents and neighbors who believe that it is vital to have this plan put into place. This will ensure longevity of longtime residents and businesses, accessibility, home ownership, business and transportation issues are all in this plan that we feel need to be addressed, and this plan would help steer these issues. We're asking you to please help Fightfield and its residents to keep and to have some pride in this community by adopting the plan and giving us an opportunity to move forward on things like accessibility to Cherry Avenue. As Sarah had mentioned, we've been in talks with RTF and Mr. Woodard about the property, and from what I can understand from an email from Mr. Woodard, all of the legalities have been put into place and we are ready to move forward with this trail, which is one of the things that was put into this project, accessibility to Cherry Avenue, which hopefully we can start working on within the coming months. And I think that's all I have to say. And as far as someone mentioned earlier about the University Manor, I do believe that is also in conjunction with Mr. Woodard's property. And as far as I know, everything is a go with that. That's my understanding. And I thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. And it looks like there's no one else. Do you see anybody, Joe?
Anyone else would like to speak during this public hearing, please click the raise hand icon.
There's Brooks.
Brooks Hefner. Brooks, you're on with commission. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks, everyone. My name is Brooks Hefner. I live on 414 Oak Street in Fifo. I've been a resident of the neighborhood for almost 11 years now, so that actually makes me a relative newcomer. And I was also a member of the think tank, and I think that both Sarah and Carmelita have said it far better than I can. We feel this is a very important thing for our community. Having witnessed around us hotels and a rental property for students who aren't going to spend very many years here, it's important that that our community has some say in its own future, and that it's not identified as a space to purely for extraction, or purely for people who move through the city and then move out of the city quickly. So it's it's been a really long and arduous process to get here, as Sarah outlined. Many people have been involved closely with this project. And I would just like to urge the commission and council to move on this plan as soon as they can. Thank you.
Next up, we have Anthony Woodard. Anthony, you are on with commission. You have 3 minutes.
Anthony.
Hey, thank you all for taking the time to hear this, to hear us all this evening. I just want to piggyback on Ms. Malpass and Ms. Wood's comments about the trail connection along Fifth Street there between Tonsler and the Greenstone. We're excited for the community for that trail. And as far as any future development there, we're definitely going to work towards maintaining a connection through the neighborhood, through the community there. And we'll continue to work with the community and the neighborhood association to try to figure out a development that works and fits in the area. We're part of the fabric of this community as well. My dad started this business 40 some years ago, and we want to be an asset to the community, not a hindrance, not just a structure in the neighborhood like Ms. Wood referenced. So appreciate you taking the time to consider this, and looking forward to working with the city and the neighborhood on any future development there.
Next speaker is Jean Gratz. Jean, you're on with the commission. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I live on Cherry Avenue for 30 years, and I'd like to thank very much all of the residents who participated in this plan. I think it's an excellent plan. I also hope that things that can be actionable are action is taken, because as noted in the plan, it is possible to get participation fatigue when things are brought up year after year and nothing much happens. A lot of this is a vision, and that's good, but also the things that can take action, I think we should pursue this. I was able to buy my house on Cherry Avenue 30 years ago, my 750 square foot house on an R2 lot for $35,000, which even at the time was extremely affordable. And I'm grateful for that. Otherwise, I wouldn't be living in the city, and I wouldn't be living in the city being able to be car free. So I hope other residents have that opportunity and have that opportunity in Cherry Avenue and Fifeville, because it is a neighborhood. It's not just a commuter area or a parking strip. It is a neighborhood with neighbors, and it's a great place to live. And I hope more people can join me in the appropriate way. I think a lot of people in Charlottesville got really turned off to the idea of density when they saw the flats at West Main go up. It's just a unwelcoming, horrid building that I know was apparently built by right. But when people hear density, that's the kind of thing they're thinking about. So if we can educate on quality density, like 6 plexes or 8 plexes that fit in and look nice, I think people will be more open to hearing about that. Thank you.
If anyone else would like to speak during this public hearing, please click the raise hand icon. And we have Nancy O'Brien. Nancy, you're on with commission. You have 3 minutes.
Welcome, Nancy. Nancy, you just went into mute. You need to unmute. There we go. You're back.
Am I open? Okay. Thank you all for listening. I remember long evenings of listening to comprehensive plans, and it takes a lot of time and thinking, and people are tired at the end. But one thing I wanted to just say about Fifeville is it has one of those things that people can't build, and it has a sense of community and a sense of identity. And it doesn't, this plan doesn't solve all the problems like the tensions in different kinds of housing and how to get there from here. But it does give a good community-driven basis of values that we want taken into consideration as the future evolves. Because we can't predict everything we're going to have to think about, but our values are probably not going to change that much. And so that really is what we've developed with as many people in the community as participated, is a sense of values which give a context for future decisions which have to be made. This has been fun to work on. I've gotten to know more people and appreciate the sense of living in a place that thinks it's a community. So I'm urging you to approve this tonight, if possible, if not in the near future, because we have been working a long time and we'd like to be implementing some things like the trail and the other things that we had to implement, because we're ready to implement. So thank you very much for listening, and I appreciate all your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Matthew Gillican. Matthew, you're on with commission. You have 3 minutes.
Welcome, Matthew.
Thank you. This is Matthew Gillican. I live at 726 Orangedale Avenue and have been really fortunate to attend some of the sessions for helping to put this plan together and get community feedback. And I think that this small area plan, though it's had its kind of fits and starts and ups and downs, is really set a really nice example for what planning can be in Charlottesville by going the extra step time and time again to get as many people involved, as many voices involved. And I hope that whether it's at tonight's meeting or at an upcoming meeting, that the Planning Commission and Council can approve the small area plan. I think there probably might be a few things that need to be ironed out, and that's where I would rely on the expertise and knowledge of the Planning Commission to help make sure that this is a document that not only reflects the values of the Fightfield community, but also provides tangible solutions and tangible things that can be accomplished. And I think that one of my favorite things about the small area plan is there's literally lists of lots and lots of things that the community has said we'd like to see happen here. And I think some of those things are really easy, low-hanging fruit that I'd love to see the city organize some of its budget priorities around. And some of them are more complex long-term situations that I think can help orient the city as we think about what our growth and what our future will be. So I think in particular, Carmelita Wood and Sarah Malpass for spending so many hours and years working on this. I'm greatly appreciative of their leadership and everything they've done to help support and strengthen our community. Thank you.
Thanks.
If anyone else would like to speak during this public hearing, please click the raise hand icon. No more speakers, Chair.
All right, then I will virtually gavel us out of the public hearing. So, commissioners, what do we think? What would we like to do with this? I'm not going to go left to right. I'll just open it up to the floor.
I guess I'll chime in. Well, first off, I want to say it's kind of easy in these reviews to focus on critiques, but I'd really like to say that it's been a really impressive job done by the community and by Nick and outreach. This really seems like the best community engagement I've ever seen, really, for any plan. That's kind of a low bar, but it's better than that. It's an exemplar of what community engagement should look like in the city. So great work on that. I will say, I have some critiques of some of the kind of technical expertise side that was added to the plan by TJPDC. Things like the page that says that 75% of homes are single family detached in the city. It's just an error, a mistake that should be corrected. I don't think that fixing it is going to change anyone's or really change the general gist of it, right? Like, we're not going to suddenly discover that there's huge buildings in the middle of Fifo. We're just going to discover that there's a lot of attached homes and, duplexes and that sort of thing throughout the neighborhood, and in particular on Orangedale and Prospect. And I do think that needs to be fixed before it gets into the comp plan. Along with maybe some other some other issues and maybe in a little bit more detail fleshing out. But I definitely am mindful of the fact that this thing has been going for a really long time and people don't really want to see it, get drawn out a lot more. But I think, even in the plan itself, on page 7 or so or 8, it really talks about how part of making this plan work and be successful is about making sure that it really is a high quality plan with accurate information and clear actions and a clear vision. So I do think given that we've put 5 years into it already, it might be worth taking a little bit of extra time as soon as possible to get that fix. In terms of what action that means for the Planning Commission today, I don't know if that means just deferring it and having it come back after hammering out some details offline, or giving some specific things we would like to see addressed, or kind of saying that the general gist of it is good, so we can kind of move it forward and fix those issues out by the time it gets to council. I don't know, strong opinions there. Love to hear what you guys think.
Yeah, forgive me for jumping the line, but I'll echo me again. Good and perfect, enemies, bad thing. So I think it would be, I would like Rory and Lyle, I think you had some ideas as well. I would like to push us towards making some recommendations that they need to amend and approving the proposal with those recommendations. But I'll defer to you guys. I don't want this thing to drag on until February. We've got a pretty heavy docket next 3 months.
Chair, I'd like to second your sentiments on that. I do think maybe if we want to make some amendments, that is fine, but I definitely do not want to stall this plan out.
Those guys that have recommendations, it seems like we have general consensus, saw lots of heads nodding. Those guys that have amendments, maybe you can begin thinking about how you'd like to word those amendments so we can get it added and then move it on to council.
So maybe as a point of clarification there, is it better to make a motion tonight that sort of says sort of general things to improve and then hammer out or lay out exactly the details offline? Or do we need to put every little fix into the motion tonight?
I'm gonna defer to Ms. Creasy on that.
Sorry, needed to unmute. I don't think we need to get into all of the details, but I think we need to be specific enough to provide good direction to the Planning District Commission. So it would be good to reiterate those comments in such a way that we have them all in one place. And those can be looked at. I think one other thing to think about is whether is the timing of those corrections or updates, and whether we wait to forward it to council until those are done, or whether we move it forward to council with the motion that those things are going to be addressed.
And I would again like to urge us to move this to council with the high level things we want to address. In the lower level things that, or the more specific things, the errors that Rory has already pointed out. Forgive me, Carrie, I stepped on you, please, Carrie.
Oh, I was asking about a motion. So are you saying that a motion can be made with some additions pending? Is that a way?
Well, yeah, that can be done. What I would like to do, and again, forgive me for driving this, but I just don't want to see another comp plan thing happen again. What I would like to do is make a motion to move it to council with these recommended amendments being made by the planning district. But again,
I have a motion.
Please.
I move to recommend approval of the attached resolution with amendments to amend the city's 2013 comprehensive plan to include the Cherry Avenue small area plan dated December 2020. The first amendment I'd like to recommend, I pasted in chat, that pages 76 and 108 should be updated to reflect the need to address affordable housing and prevent displacement in rezoning.
You know, I think Rory may have a friendly amendment as well, but there were a couple of data points you wanted fixed as well. And you're muted, or you may be thinking.
Lyle, what document are you working off of? Because I'm failing to see that reference on 76 and 108. Are you on the SAP 12, 10, 20, 20?
Trying to find myself.
While they're working through that, Rory, if you would be thinking about what you want. Well, let's resolve that. And then Rory, you can walk us through what you want to change.
I don't know the page number on me now.
All right, well, let's work on Lyle and Liz's thing, but I want you to be ready once they're done.
I got it now.
I'm sorry, 67.
Oh.
So would you restate your motion? Restate your amendment? Pages 67 and 108.
Yes, should be updated to reflect the need to address affordable housing and prevent displacement and rezoning. Sorry, a little switch there.
And Rory has a friendly amendment, I think.
Yeah, I would say fix the data analyses of existing conditions on page 60 in the charts, as well as references to detached housing as the dominant housing form on pages 34 and 41 at least. You could say small scale or low or.
Someone get that?
Missy and Nick, are you following that?
If Mr. Stolensberg could put just a little bit in the chat there, I think that would help clarify. Just to make sure we're getting the correct references. And I don't know that we have a second to the motion, so we're not amending it at this point.
I thought, did he have a second?
Oh, okay,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
I didn't, but I am now.
Okay. Now we're amending.
So is Lyle agreed with the friendly amendment?
Yes, thank you.
And I do too.
I keep trying to unmute and my video keeps going off. Jody, did we hear a second?
Yes.
Yeah, we're good. We're rolling.
Shoot.
The other thing I'd add is that there are some pieces that need to be updated to, they're just out of date. Like the timeline says it's going to be adopted in 2020. Probably need to make that 2021 now. Things like, not having a coffee shop or other sit-down restaurants on Cherry Avenue. Royalty Eats exists now. So that's no longer accurate. So I would just maybe add to the motion, bring references up to date.
Yeah, Creasy, is that me? Are you caught up? Are you caught up, Ms. Creasy?
Yes.
How achievable is that one? I worry about that.
I'll send over a list of some of the ones I noticed. That will help. Maybe it won't help with everything. I certainly don't want to make it take so long that other things fall out of date.
Any other amendments?
I'm still unclear on the revising the sections around Lyle, your points. And I want to make sure I'm on the right pages still, because page 108 is specifically talking about like a style guideline, or is
Yes.
part of the style guideline section. So I'm unclear of how that relates to the need to address affordable housing and present displacement and rezoning.
The way that 108 characterizes Fifo as a residential community, about the heading is single-family residential. Residents hope to maintain and preserve the residential character of single-family residential homes in the community. And then it talks about aesthetics of single-family residential homes, which is lovely, and I'm not against single-family residential homes, but there is also a landscape of affordability and displacement that should be considered here.
Well, I mean, I think in order for it to serve as a reflection of what the community is saying, it's under Section 8 Style Guide, talking about a whole bunch of things that the community would like to see and sees itself as. And I don't see it. I see it fitting in maybe another section. I just don't really see it fitting in that, under that heading, style guide.
Under the housing section?
Under the style guide section of house pertaining to housing.
I'm confused.
It's under the section called style guide. It says it on the bar at the kind of a bar going down the right-hand side of the page. Along with transition areas, facades and buildings, design elements, streetscape.
You're suggesting that 108 be removed from this motion?
Yes.
I understand you now. Fine.
So just so Missy and I can keep up, what did we just do?
New amendment is pages 76 should be updated to reflect the need to address affordable housing and prevent displacement in rezoning.
No,
67.
67.
67.
67. Numbers are hard. Everybody knows it.
And 108 goes away.
Yes, fine.
Cool. Any, Rory?
Yeah, so I mean, this is a little bit more substantive, but do you guys think it makes sense to have something address specifically University Manor in either its future development or its complaints about existing conditions and standing water and mosquitoes and that, given that it's one of the largest undeveloped parcels, or should we not include that?
I'm gonna ask Missy for her professional opinion. Should we get that?
The items that you just noted, Rory, are property maintenance related. So if there is a concern, I would love for you to email that so I can make sure our property maintenance folks take a look at that situation.
Oh yeah, that one is on. I'll find the page, but I'm thinking also more in the prospect for what it will eventually look like. Page 19 is what those issues are talked about on. But yeah, I mean more, what is the future of that? What's the community's vision for it, given that it's not directly on Cherry and maybe not addressed by the other stuff, like we talked about earlier. And then maybe while we think about that, the other substantive issue I would raise is, whether we should talk specifically about the role of house flipping in the gentrification of the neighborhood. A quick data analysis I just ran says that 41 single-family detached homes out of 520, so about 8%, have more than doubled in value of their improvements by assessment since 2010. I just anecdotally, I have noticed a lot of, either tear downs and rebuilds or renovations. I think we see it also in some of the comments that are reflected in the plan, and whether that should be specifically discussed at all.
Right, you got 2 airplanes circling the airport. Let's land one and then come back and land the other. So which one do you want to land first?
Let's talk about University Manor, because I don't have strong opinions on which way that goes. Up to you guys.
Comment in the chat about speaking to that. Or maybe speaking to that.
Yeah, that's a good point, that the guiding principle kind of addresses it without specifically addressing build form. That works for me.
Right, so that plane is landed. Now the second plane.
I think the conversation around, house flipping is, just part of a broader conversation around gentrification and threats to that is, there's no one, thing that we can say is going to solve that. It is interesting to note that one of the recommendations, implementation strategies or recommendations, I can't remember how it was worded, that's a pretty high in priorities, was to review the establishment of a historic district for Fifo, which would protect things like tear downs, possibly, large scale modifications, changing the value of homes.
So maybe a specific suggestion that I would personally like to see in it, rather than necessarily thinking about policy prescriptions or anything, I know there isn't a data analysis guide or person at TJPDC anymore. Maybe there's a new one. Just an analysis of what has happened on that front, because certainly renovations in particular are a little bit invisible, but if it's doubling or tripling the value of the house, that certainly seems to affect the concerns that the neighbors are talking about. And so just being able to say, 42 or 41 houses have, undergone this process might be helpful. And, as always, I'm willing to help with any data analysis efforts, since I know some of this data is available openly.
There's an amendment on the floor. How would you like to word this amendment?
Add an assessment of recent history of renovation and tear down. Yeah, that seems to work.
What's recent mean?
Since 2010, since 2000. Those are, I think, the 2 time scales that other things are done on in the plan. Be open to anyone else. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Would it be worthwhile to hear what Nick has to say about that suggestion?
I think it would.
I mean, I think if we have some sort of scope and data that we can pull, then that's certainly something that we have the capacity and the capability to do. I don't want to speak on behalf of Chip in terms of budget and staff allotment for that. But assuming that, those data sets are readily available and can be thrown in GIS, I don't see that as, a big time commitment.
So do we have an amendment worded?
I captured that comment as add in data information for the history of renovation and tear downs between 2010 and 2020. I want to change that date range to generally between, because 2020 data is probably still in flux. So to generally between.
That works for me.
That time frame.
Right. Anything else? All right, are we ready to vote? Ms. Creasy, would you poll the board?
Sure. Mr. Lahindro.
Aye.
Mr. Sola Yates.
Aye.
Ms. Dow,
Aye.
Mr. Heaton,
Oh, Gary,
Mr. Heaton back?
we need an aye from you.
I am back.
Okay.
The answer is aye.
Aye, thank you.
Mr. Stolensberg,
Aye.
Ms. Russell,
Aye.
and Mr. Mitchell.
And aye. Right, would you guys like to take a 5-minute break? Is that a yes? Okay, back in 5 minutes and we go on to Monticello. Welcome back. We've got Brian, we've got Missy, we've got Jody, Lau. We need Tania, Liz, Gary, Alan, Ray. There's Rory. There's Gary. There's Tania. There's Lau. We're back. Ready, Mr. Luska. Are you ready to roll?
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
So this is a continuation of an item from your meeting last month, which is the special use permit request for additional density at 1000 Monticello Road. The applicant asked for a deferral at your previous meeting. They have come back with some changes to the proposal. It's the same building essentially, but they did modify the elevations in response to some of the input given them at the previous meeting. And they also worked with staff, particularly the city attorney's office, to clarify the management of the units as proposed in the application. So you are familiar, as you're familiar, the applicant previously indicated that they were willing to offer 9 of the 11 units that they want to build in the new building on the site as affordable units based on a definition that they had arrived at. Staff's concern with that was, one, the administration of that condition, and also that the definition of that, if it matched or did not match the city's definition of an affordable unit. So the applicant has come back with a modified condition that they are suggesting, which is that 5 of the 11 units will be affordable at the terms that they have outlined in the staff report. And there's an appendix added to that report that has a 10-page list of conditions and regulations that would govern those units. And that appendix was kind of suggested by the city attorney, although the applicant has made that is their proposal and what they've put forward. So those are the major changes. I know the applicant is anxious to discuss their thought process behind that. A couple items that came up in the lead up to the meeting that I know some commissioners would like me to address. One, obviously trees. The applicant did indicate that there are none of the trees that you would typically show on a preliminary site plan, which are 6-inch caliper trees on this site. However, there is the tree directly adjacent to this site that would be potentially heavily impacted by this building. That's kind of a tough situation with any tree that's going over a property line. Obviously, any property owner has the right to limb a tree up along the property line, and it can negatively impact a tree that's not necessarily on their property. But it is just that one in the front. They feel fairly confident that the second one that is along the property line is far enough from the construction site that it would not be adversely impacted. Additionally, I know one commissioner asked me to kind of chat about some of the input related to the applicant, and that named the applicant specifically. As I think all of you are aware, who the applicant is and their past history regarding things that they may have done, that really doesn't factor into your review of a special use permit. The request that you have in front of you stands on its own merits. And ideally, if somebody else were presenting this, regardless of who's asking or making this request, they ought to receive the same treatment from the commission and the council, regardless of what they've done in the past. So that's just a note out there. That's kind of an equal protection rule that's out there that really, Lisa Robertson can jump in, but it derives from the U.S. Constitution, actually, the 14th Amendment. So that's a note that one commissioner wanted me to make. So I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Like I said, the staff reports have not changed very much. And the applicant does have a presentation they would like to make.
All right, let's real quick poll of the board. Bill, any questions? And Ms. Russell, any questions? Any questions?
No, no questions.
And Mr. Snosenberg, trying to get the order right.
Nope.
Rep.
No questions. Thank you.
Ms. Dowell. Are you frozen or are you speaking? She looks like she's frozen. We'll come back to Ms. Dowell. Mr. Soliates. No question.
Yes, we had quite a lot of public comment on this. One question was whether it would be possible to request changes to what the developer is offering, specifically on depth of affordability.
I'm gonna let Ms. Robertson speak to that. I think there's some restrictions on asking for proper changes. So Ms. Robertson.
Good evening. No, we are not allowed to make changes to this in terms of numbers of affordable units or sort of the structure of the levels of affordability. So as we discussed a little bit earlier this evening, at least one, I believe there'll be a minimal number of units, one or two perhaps, that are required by your city ordinance. So whatever that number is calculated to be under City Code 34-12, that'll be the number. And those, whatever that required number of units are, will have to adhere strictly to existing zoning requirements and regulations. What we asked previously for the applicant to do was to look at what they were offering and how they were defining affordability when they were saying a certain number of units are affordable. We asked them to look at the city's standards that are applied to units that are required under 3412. Take a look at those definitions and parameters and tell us how many units in their development could be affordable under those parameters. So what we're trying to do is not have, 10 different units all subject to different, structures and regulations. So that is what the applicant did. But as a practical matter, anything above the minimum required by 3412 is solely at their option to be offered. So it's not something that we can mandate that they change, or either in number or in sort of how many bedrooms or what they're offering to provide.
And I'm sorry, I have a question. My computer died right in the middle of, I'm sure, the chair calling on me. So I do apologize about that. And I totally hear you where each applicant should be based on the application. But Lisa, I have a question. As a citizen, how do we continue to say that we want change and we want to see things done differently, but then we're not able to use or properly plan based on evidence and data that we already know when we have these special use applicants come before us? I mean, it seems almost like a catch-22. It's almost like we know that you're not doing right, but we're going to still keep granting you leniency. It sounds a lot like privilege to me.
So that is why getting this housing strategy completed and turning right around and coming back to work on an updated zoning ordinance is so important. What you've had for a couple of decades is a policy that's primarily based on funding units that are not really sort of development driven units. So you focus primarily on units being constructed by nonprofits, including some nonprofit units where the nonprofits are partnering with development, but that's a different iteration. But long story short, only when we get through this housing strategy and calculate your goals and objectives to what's actually in your zoning ordinance and what we're allowed to do under zoning laws, will you hopefully start seeing much more consistency under definitions that you put forth, and you say what your definition of affordability is. You say when you need to see affordable units. You'll say when that period of affordability is, and you will say if we want deeper, affordability, we have funding for private developments, or we have incentives, or whatever those tools are you decide to use to incentivize deeper affordability. You'll be able to use them. But until you get that strategy done and you get your zoning ordinance updated, we're going to continue to see this, because you really just don't have any tools right now. You have people bringing applications in, and this applicant agreed to use the city's existing definition in the limited program that we have, and agreed to sort of administer all the units consistently with the requirements that for the most part would apply to the required units, but they wouldn't have to do that. And so this is better than the first iteration of the application, in that you now know what definition they're applying, and they've agreed to certain things so that all of the units will be comparably affordable.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Solius, you had the floor.
Yes, got a lot of public comment on this. A lot of concern about off-site displacement effects, especially to the existing units already on the property. Can we do anything with that?
I didn't quite understand the concern.
The concern, as I understood it, was that anything that happens on this property with new construction will affect existing residents in the existing.
I didn't think we can ask Mr. Ship and his colleague, his partner, but I don't think anyone's going. Brian, you look like you want to chime in. No one's going to be displaced by this.
Yeah, I think the only comment that we can make from a staff perspective is it's a new building, it's new units in addition to the ones that are already on the site. There's no proposed demolition of existing units.
I think the comment that we got was a retroactive comment, a comment of what happened before. But sorry, Brian, forgive me for interrupting.
It is. I do think that there's some concern that you see, and this is citywide, where a pattern of new construction with new rental rates leads to a rise in overall rents in the area, and that is that's the nature of a housing market. In some cases, when your supply is lower than the demand that you're trying to meet, and so. Can we actually, I don't think you can actively tie and say that these specific 11 units are going to do something to the surrounding area, but it's more the overall pattern in Belmont and the city of, people seeing new construction happen and seeing the prices and rents still continue to climb despite there being new residential units. But that's, I don't know that that's in the purview of a special use permit to be able to kind of, craft a condition related to that. It's more, that's a housing policy, housing strategy question. And, it pertains to the chair question about house flipping.
You really can't deal with that other than the commitment the applicant is making for a specific number of units and saying, articulating that he's going to use our definition of affordability for those particular units. You're at least not at this time. Again, we have to look at all the tools we may have available under the new zoning ordinance, but under the provisions you have now, the special use permit and the condition process isn't one you can use to impose any particular number of units which aren't currently required under our enabling legislation and ordinance in 3412.
Thank you.
Mr. Landra.
Mr. Halesko, would you remind us what is allowable by right on this site relative to the form of the existing proposal and residential use?
Sure. So this site is zoned neighborhood commercial corridor. Neighborhood commercial corridor allows a maximum height of 45 feet by right, subject to street wall regulations, which there is no minimum primary street frontage setback required. With regards to residential density, the residential density is, the by right residential density is capped at 21 dwelling units per acre. And obviously the request before you is within the purview of 34-700, where somebody is allowed to go to 43 dwelling units per acre. I know there was some confusion around the fact that the staff report mentions that this project, this property is already above 21 dwelling units per acre. It was built under a different zoning. It was built in the 70s, and I believe it was R3 at the time. I'd have to look back at the 54 zoning map to see what it was. But without diving into it too much, presumably it was built by right then and has subsequently had the zoning underneath it changed.
So residential would still be allowed, just fewer units?
Right. If you were to envision that this building were, you know, completely taken down, and if the site were cleared and a new residential structure would go in, they wouldn't be able to get the number of units they have now. And obviously any additional units on the site requires a special use permit at this point.
Well, what I was getting at is, for the new construction that's proposed now, that little piece, that could be residential, but it would have to be a fewer number.
So I mean, the proposal is adding basically a third or fourth building to the site. So the overall site is where the density is being calculated off of. If they were trying to subdivide this off, they wouldn't be able to get the number of units that they're talking about. If that helps. Hopefully I'm answering your question properly.
I'm just trying to figure out what a owner could do by right without having to come in front of us.
Yeah, so if they were going to maintain the existing units as they are, they could not add any additional residential units. They can do commercial. This is a mixed use zone. So they can do a commercial building on the site. So that 45-foot height requirement and the setbacks that I'm talking about, somebody could build that under a by right plan as long as they did commercial and office in the building. But in order to add any additional residential units to the site, regardless of how the building looks, yeah, they need to have a special use permit.
Good. That's what I was wanting.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Any follow-up questions? All right, Justin, would you like to present?
Yes, please. Thank you all for your time this evening. Justin Shimp, engineer for the project. Kelsey Schlein, who's my associate, with this as well. She really worked hard on the affordable housing piece of this and coming up with a better mechanism. So I'll let her jump in on that where we need to. But I want to talk about the basics of the proposal, what changed. I have a little slide presentation, just a couple slides I can show you all. I'll start by answering off with some questions that came up at the last meeting that I wanted to answer. And I want to talk a little bit about some of the public comment, and I'll be brief. I know you all had a long evening already, but these are important issues. So if we could get the presentation up. Thank you. To start out with, there was a question about, yes, you would keep coming back, and I know I'm commonly back, well, not as common as maybe I feel like I should be, but I'm back sort of frequently dealing with, you know, special use permits that involve affordable housing, and I feel like we always have this conversation. I wish we would get a uniform ordinance to address this. It would make everyone's life simpler, quite frankly. And I know that's in progress, but at the same time, that doesn't mean that the codes we have should be, you know, tossed out until then. It doesn't change the fact that people need housing. And so that needs to find a way to move forward in this sort of in-between stage, and that's what we're trying to do. So if we could just go to the first page. Yep. Here's a summary, and in the past, the affordability components, when they're not required, have been done different ways. We had assumed in our first submittal that the staff would be able to attach essentially a condition of special use permit, talking about what we had before, which was 9 units at 80% AMI. A few problems with that. One, there wasn't enough clarity to enforcement, right? Like how does that get carried out? Good question. And then there was not also, special use permit conditions are not the right mechanism for that. So we revised our proposal to make it a full appendix to the application and attached all the protocols and procedures to that, so that looking back from now, there's no confusion as to what everyone's agreed to. And I think that's very important here, because I know there's discussion about who the developer was, what's happened in the past, and all these things. But the reality is it's about the project and moving it forward and getting people a place to live in a spot that's close to work, close to schools. You know, this site it's a parking lot right now. It's not accomplishing much of anything for anybody, this little area we're going to develop. And we're going to talk about putting 11 households in this building. The revisions that would be the 11 households, 5 of those would be affordable at the fair market, which is about the 65% AMI level. And we put the rents up here just for context. They'd most likely be 1 bedrooms. The building is almost all 1 bedrooms. We'll work with whatever the housing policy rules are for that. But that shows you there the rent with utilities with this proposal. Like I said, if you had a chance to read through the appendix, there are some details of how that will be enforced. We took the standard operating procedure and crafted it to be specific to this property. That standard operating procedure includes things like cash contributions and things along that nature, which we were not ever planning on doing, but we felt it was better to clean that up to give folks a clear sense of what we were agreeing to. It's very important. If we go to the next slide, please. The other change was architecture. We had a previously sort of modern building that had window design that I think was said sort of brought to light the height of it. It's not a particularly tall building in the scheme of buildings, but some of the design highlighted that function of it comparison, and we thought that was a very reasonable suggestion. So we've changed that to what you see below. And I also have some images looking up and down the street rendered this building that I think will be helpful to answer some of the questions related to the view and how this fits in. I do want to point out, though, that this is not an architectural control district. And to my knowledge, what we presented here, unless you condition it as a requirement of approval, will not be binding. So we certainly don't have a problem with a condition about the architecture being related to the new proposed design, but we did want to make sure that's cleared out. I don't want to present this, have everyone think it's okay, and then actually not have any teeth. We had the same issue with the affordable housing, and we didn't want that to go by without having a clear understood enforcement. I think that the architecture is a lot simpler. You could have a condition related to the architecture that could be, I think, easily enforced. We've done that on the 901 River Road, had a similar situation.
Justin, I'm gonna, if you don't mind, I'm gonna break the rules a little bit and interrupt you. I didn't quite get that. You just said that the architectural design is not binding, and you said the same issue exists with the affordable housing. What are you telling me?
Sorry, the same issue did exist.
Oh, did exist.
So what we have fixed with this submittal is the affordable housing now approved will be attached to the resolution and is effectively part of the application.
Sorry, I misunderstood. Thank you.
So, but that is conditioned right now, and say, I think it's simple enough for the Planning Commission to add a condition if you feel it's appropriate. The architecture is not, I think, explicitly conditioned that same way. So we're open to that, not a problem. That's what we intend to build, but I wanted to make sure that was clear to everyone. Next slide, please. Some details. Let's skip this. We can go back to the architectural details if folks feel they want to discuss that. So go on to the next slide. I do know the architect should be on the call, by the way. If there's questions, we can go back to that. So this is the view of the property looking down Monticello Road. You'll see it off in the distance there. Next slide, please. If you're driving closer to it, there's the building, Moss on the left. Next slide, please. So here you're approaching the curve of the building is. That building is sitting in what is the little, paved parking area now that accesses off Monticello Road. That is the scale building relative to everything else in the site. And if I can go one more slide, then you've gone past it and turned around and looked back. I think this gives you a pretty good sense of the scale relative to the existing building. And again, this is a by right height in this particular instance. We're not asking for any height items, setback items. The building itself is relatively small. It's not a large building. A larger commercial building could be built by right here, but that's not what we're here to talk about. So I think that those are the key things that I heard were, let's nail down the affordability, make sure we understand that if we say we're giving affordable units, that they'll be provided. The architecture being a little more consistent and compatible with the neighborhood. And there was some question about what these views look like. And then there's a lot of other discussion about the housing and what happened. And Brian Haleska, I think, laid out that really that doesn't have anything to do with what this project is. But there's some things I think worth talking about. Let's talk about for a minute. I can answer questions about it. But I'll reiterate before that the people who are not being heard from here are the folks that would live here, right? We've heard a lot of talk about displacement, right? I heard a lot of comments about that. There's no displacement happening here. This is an empty piece of asphalt. There will be, if this was approved and built, 11 units, 5 affordable to the tune of probably $5,000 a year, thereabouts, off someone's rent. So 5 households for 10 years are benefiting to the tune of $5,000 a year, which is significant to a lot of people. So those folks, I think, are important to think about here. There's a great benefit to those families who get to live here, where if this is not built, that's not an option. So there was the history of this project, and I want to make sure this is clear to everyone. The current owner, Drew Holsworth, did not buy it from the original folks who were the Cosners, who they owned it for many years. There was an individual in between, another developer bought it, had it for about a year. To my understanding, about 10, 11 people during that time were moved out for renovations. There were left then 11 or 12 with the current owner. Of those, I know there are 5 folks back in. And again, this is not necessarily relative to the project, the vote we're asking for, but I think it's just so you know, there are 5 folks back in there. I have the rent roll on it. Those folks, some of them are paying, a couple of them are paying as little as $600 a month. That's being subsidized by the owner directly. Others are paying $700, $850. So there is the folks, now not all, and those stories of folks who were not able to get back in. I don't know the details enough to speak on all those, but I do know there are folks back in there that are benefiting from that. And the new project stands on its own. There's no need to kick them out or raise rents to build it. The project works on its own, and we want to build these additional 11 units. So those additional 11 households of whatever size they are, singles, couples, have a place to live that is more affordable, more available, close to schools and work. And I think that's a good thing. If this doesn't happen, those units simply don't get built. What you heard earlier is folks who couldn't find the housing had to leave the state, go out of into the county, couldn't find anything nearly the rent. What you heard was evidence of lack of housing. That is the issue. And for many years, there's just not been enough housing built in the city. And it led to what happened when the original owners, the Cosners, sold it. That dynamic of not enough units led to somebody coming along and saying, oh, well, these can be rented for more, we can buy it, fix it up, because the demand was there to pay more, because those folks had nowhere else to go. So I think this project, while it's not going to take it's not going to solve all the affordability challenge of Charlottesville, it puts up a nice building that fits into the neighborhood. It provides housing for 11 households, and it displaces nobody and just takes some asphalt that's accomplishing nothing and makes it useful. So I think all those things are very positive. I'm happy to answer any questions you all have about the application or anything related to the history that I can answer that I know. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to what you have to say about this.
So, Mr. Palmer, any questions? Ms. Russell? Ms. Russell?
I always get put on the spot first.
That's only because Rory reminded me where you actually sit on the dais. I thought you said after him. You sit before.
That we keep talking about that apparently exists somewhere. You know, I appreciate that the building as modified better fits into the neighborhood context. And I know that's not a condition and this isn't in an ADC, but it is in a National Register Historic District. And I'm going to keep bringing that up when it's not recognized. I have some issue with the way that you're presenting the, you know, the sort of argument to our emotions about people not having a home. And I don't think it's, you know, it's, what happened in you know, the narrative of this property is cannot just be wiped clean, even if we can't rule on it. But we also don't have to grant it based on just it being presented to us. And I think to Tania's point, to Commissioner Dow's point earlier, when does it start to change? It starts to change when we stop accepting SUPs just because they're in front of the commission. And, you know, I don't like the idea of kind of throwing your hands up and saying, well, you know, this will just keep happening until we have that affordable housing plan, but it doesn't have to happen. And I think we had a lot of really good points from our community. The one in particular that stood out was, you know, the point about the market not ameliorating this housing crisis. And if these projects presented for SUP don't meet our goals of affordability, you know, why should we approve them? And I don't know that I have a question coming out of this. I'm just having some thoughts out loud, because I don't know where I am on this one.
Mr. Roy Stolzenberg.
Yeah, well, just I'd say I don't think it is in the historic district. I think it's like a couple houses or a couple buildings down from it.
No, I think it's in the National Register District. It's just not it's not a contributing structure within it.
Liz, it's actually across the street from it, but the district
outside.
District outline right here, it's not in the district itself.
Okay.
So I guess I've sort of two questions. One's for the applicant, the other is a little both. First off, so these affordable units here, which is 5 out of the new 11, are they all in the new building?
Yes, they would all be in the new building.
So then for the people living in the old building with these rent abatements you're talking about, is there any assurance that those rent abatements will stick around and won't reset to market rate as soon as this SUP is approved? And why didn't you talk about those units in your offer rather than units in the new building or in addition to?
Well, that's a good, I suppose it could maybe I don't know, that's a question for staff. I kind of thought that the SP being for the new units, we needed to tie the affordable into that. You're right that there's no zoning restriction or other guarantee about what happens with the existing units. They're not tied to any kind of special use permit. The owner has, since he acquired the property and those folks moved back in, chosen to do that. And I really only bring that up because it was sort of a discussion last time. I didn't have the exact figures and I have the rent roll, so I want to just clarify what that was. But it's not, we are not proposed tying those to, they're not tied to the new building. The new building would have the units in itself.
Okay. And so since you have the rent roll on you, last time we heard that 5 tenants of the existing building have these special arrangements. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I'd note that in the standard operating procedures that were adopted in 2015, which don't technically apply here, but are what you're using, they do provide a mechanism that requirements can be met through the preservation of existing supporting affordable housing units, where it can be demonstrated these units are at risk of losing the existing support mechanism. The caveat there is supported affordable housing unit. I'm not sure that this sort of like informal private arrangement necessarily applies. Yeah, so, geez, what was the other question? I think it was, oh, right. It was in the standard operating procedures, as well as your kind of forked copy of them, you're of course required to consider applicants using vouchers. And, you know, I think it's the most important part of this change to me, going from 80%, which is effectively market rate, really. You know, you're talking about with market, or with 80%, you're talking about like $1,500 for a 2-bedroom, and now, or for a 1-bedroom, and now we're talking about $1,077. But the biggest, most important thing is that it gets under the limit for vouchers to be applied, so that we can reach those deeper levels of affordability by layering, you know, federal funding for vouchers, which, as it happens, thanks to new efficiencies and new leadership at CRHA, we have 75 opened up, and people often have difficulty attaching those vouchers, even despite the General Assembly saying you're not allowed to discriminate against them anymore. However, you know, part of the standard operating procedures, and this isn't necessarily on you because it's in the city adopted ones, is that you can't discriminate against them, but you don't have to give preference or priority to tenants with vouchers. So I guess the question is, for staff, why is that in the regulations? Why wouldn't we want preference to be given to people with vouchers, given the difficulty of attaching them? And then for you, it's, you know, why not just strike that from your forked regulations?
I guess I'll start first with that. Yeah, we did use the city code. I think they're probably, just think about it, there's sort of a fairness issue there of if somebody comes to you in sort of a, you know, equal situation, or, you know, and doesn't have a voucher because they weren't able to get one. I mean, I know historically they've been very hard to get. I know that maybe they're be better now, but I know like in other counties in Nelson, where we know folks who try to get them, they're just non-existent. So we would, I guess we wouldn't want to, it feels a little unfair to prioritize somebody over the other, I think was the point of that code. And that's why we left it that way. I don't think the city would have to answer why it was written that way, but it made sense to us just from a fairness standpoint.
I'm not sure why it was put in that way. However, I think we are currently working with the city attorney's office and to update some of our policies. And as soon as we get a new housing coordinator, there are several things we need to update. You know, but at this point, I can't tell you why it was structured that way.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, one thing I would recommend, if this is approved and you get this, when you submit your marketing plan to the city for how to market these affordable units, which I know has been a struggle. 600 West Main had theirs open, vacant for at least a year. Forward that plan, or the city should forward that plan to CRHA so that at the very least, you know, people who are getting off the voucher wait list and looking for attachments, which there's a limited time to do, have the opportunity and know that the opportunity is available to apply. Because, you know, in terms of fairness, you know, I think the city in recent years has made very clear that we see it as more important to reach deeper levels of affordability and families with the most need with affordable units. That's really key.
Are you done? Okay, Reverend Heaton. Reverend Heaton, you there? You'll lose Gary. Okay, Ms. Dow.
I have a question. I'm concerned of what is the average square footage of your unit? Or did I miss that?
Don't think we brought that up. I'm trying to think of what it is off the top of my head. They are relatively small. Kelsey might have to step in and get the exact figure. I think there's something like 400 to 500 square feet for the 1 bedrooms. They are relatively small units.
Great. I was also going to say we could, the architects are on as well. We can have, you know, them weigh in if you'd like.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Kevin Schaefer with Design Develop. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you everybody for your thoughtful comments and insight, both this hearing and last. To answer the question, yes, they are relatively small apartments. It's a relatively small building with a small footprint. The 1 bedrooms range from 375 to 400 square feet, and the 2 bedrooms are about 750 square feet.
And then one other question is, who are you marketing to occupy these units?
I guess I'll hop back on to answer that. I know the owner uses a local management company to do that. I don't know if they have a answer as to how they market them. Our general experience, frankly, in Charlottesville is if you put units available, people will flock to it.
I think the question is, who are these units targeted towards? Are we talking teachers and firemen, cops, or are we talking
students? Because with small square footage, that sounds like student housing to me. That does not sound like a family, even if it's a single parent with 1 kid, is going to be able to be comfortable in one of those units, and not that is the only target or demographic that the city is concerned about. But I have a real hard problem when every time we're on either in city council chambers or on this platform, we are always screaming affordable housing, affordable housing, affordable housing. Small square footage with high rents does not equate affordable housing to me personally, and that's just in my opinion. I'm not saying that anybody else has to agree with me, but I am here to represent my opinion. And so I have a hard time when we keep saying we need affordable housing, and every time we get a project, it's like, oh, we'll give you 1 or 2 affordable units, but they're teeny and they're not really that affordable. So I know that it's like, oh, we have a blank parking lot here, or by right, we could have a building, but that doesn't also equate to me that we have to do something, because at this point, I would almost rather see a blank parking lot than to see another unaffordable unit go up in this city. That's my personal opinion. If you do not agree, that is fine as well. But I cannot wholeheartedly say that I am fighting for affordable housing and that is my cry when every time these special use permits come before us, they're not really moving the needle. We just had a conversation that stated, even if the thought was that we're putting more units on the market, which would relieve the pressure for other housing to become available, that is not the actual reality. So I'm just being honest. I have a hard time approving something that I know is not affordable
and typically seems like to me is going to be suitable for student housing, even though it may not be that close to the university, but Charlottesville is only a 10 square mile radius anyway. Nothing's that far from the university.
Well, I'll just add, it's certainly not targeted towards students. I think you heard one of the callers earlier talked about trying to get a $1,000 a month unit around for, I think it was 2 folks who worked, I can't remember, they went to UVA, they worked around town. That's really the target audience of those folks. And there certainly would be, because the housing affordability level strikes the FMR, folks with vouchers are eligible. So you could be at 25% AMI, have a voucher, and live in this unit. So that it is available to those folks. Is it producing 100 units at 35% AMI, which is needed? No, that doesn't mean that there aren't some folks who will be benefit from it. So I understand the concern, but I do want to clarify, it's definitely not targeted towards students. It would be more like the folks who historically lived in that area, singles, young couples, young and old, who want to be around Belmont.
So Gary, you stepped away for a moment and we skipped you. So I'm going to give you a chance to jump in if you like to.
Yeah, Ms. Dowell kind of articulated the concerns that I have in the larger picture of, moving Charlottesville closer to our goal of more affordable housing. I'm not sure that every special use permit that comes before the Planning Commission, has got to be the be all and end all, but we definitely need to be able to speak to how it moves us toward the goal. I don't know if we put that in a requirement for approval for a project of this size. That's my big question, and I think Mr. Simp has spoken to that.
I think Ms. Robertson has suggested that that's not something we can do on our own. With that, I'll move on to Mr. Soliates. Soliates.
This has been a ride.
Has it not?
It's funny because in many ways, the story of this is like, oh, well, it's a parking lot, in downtown Belmont, high demand, near jobs, 5 affordable units that meet city requirements. It's a beautiful story. But I have gotten a lot of contacts on this project saying that, there is a need for greater affordability in this area, which is certainly true. I'm trying to think of a way to solve this problem, and I don't see it currently. And I wonder if I can borrow your brain, Mr. Shimp. One idea that was thrown out at the last time we had this conversation was partnering with a nonprofit to bring in some external resources to change the numbers. I don't know where you stand on that. That's the only thing that I don't think we've really talked about today. There may be something else I'm not thinking of, if you would.
Sure. I mean, I know that I've got an email from Drew Halsworth saying he was open to that idea, but we have, from what I understand, and you would know this better than I would, is that a lot of the affordable housing money was going to be out there has sort of dried up, or may not be available as it was thought. I particularly like the idea of those partnerships for small projects. I think there is good opportunity for a land trust model or some other type of public investment, essentially, in a small project to get affordable housing, to increase that. But I don't know that we can guarantee that's going to be available for this project, or that that's necessarily the best place that public money to go at this moment. If those funds are limited, then maybe there's another project that the funds can be leveraged more via tax credits, something like that, a larger project to cover more affordability. I do think that's a good path for the future. I think you could have a program where a small developer builds a quadplex with some help from a land trust type entity, and it's got affordable units in it, and everyone, that's a good solution to small scale projects with affordability. I have no doubt that will work. But again, we're in this moment in time when we don't know if that's going to be available. And what we know we can offer is, again, that essentially a $50,000 a year off the rent for 5 units $5,000, excuse me, a year off for 5 units for 10 years. So it's $250,000 basically in rent reduction for the folks who would benefit, who are living there essentially. So that's what we know we can offer, and we're prepared to do it. If other mechanisms come along that we can do differently, we're totally open to that. But again, I'm not necessarily optimistic the next couple of years that'll be as available as we'd like it to be.
Mr. Lahindra, do you have any thoughts?
I have thoughts, but I thought this was questions for the applicant.
Sorry, thank you.
Yeah, no, I have no questions for the applicant.
Okay, looks like we have Vice Mayor McGill and Councilor Snook. Give you guys a chance to have questions, not deliberations, but questions.
I'll save any questions for council meeting if I have any.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions at this point. Thank you.
Okay. So, Ms. Creasy, I think, are we ready for deliberation now to chat about this? We are. All right, guys, what do we think? I'll just open it up to thoughts.
I want to circle back to Mr. Lahindra's question because I think it brought up an interesting point that I hadn't appreciated previously. I was under the impression that by right would allow some sort of, new structure on the site, but what was being requested in the SUP was the ability to kind of like increase the density in some regard. So I misunderstood. But what that reveals is like this developer understood that the site was out of compliance, and now is a non-conforming site, and so I don't know. I'm not all that. I'm concerned about the impacts versus the trade-off in increasing the density at this site for the purpose that we're trying to solve.
So I'll just again break the rules and jump in, and then maybe Ms. Robertson and Creasy and Mr. Haluska can help me. But I think they have, by right, they can build something there.
But not residential.
But it won't be residential. And the question I think we have to ask ourselves is, we give these guys the opportunity to build by right, and they build something that we don't really need. We need more housing in Charlottesville. If we increase the supply demand, we do in fact drive the price down because there's more supply to address the demand. And we do have an opportunity here, maybe not to get like to the 40% AMI level that I like to get to, but we do allow us then to get closer to workforce, allow us to get closer to workforce levels of income. So hopefully we'll keep that in mind as we go. Out of compliance, you made a point about being out of compliance. I don't think the fact that the current edifices are out of compliance really impacts our decision, because it doesn't change anything. Brian, can you help me?
Yeah, and the point there was there was some focus on the building itself and the aspects of the building. And the building that you are seeing there is a by right structure. So that structure could be built. In an email to Mr. Alejandro, I kind of posited a hypothetical, which is, imagine the building's already there. And the question is, can I take, you know, I have offices in here, can I turn it into residential? That's kind of the same, you know, that's sort of your purview in this situation. Is the residential density that's being proposed on this site, is it fine or not? Additionally, I wouldn't get, you know, at the same time, I do want to honor the fact that there's probably not going to be a commercial building built on the site. I don't know the parking situation. I don't know if they could even accomplish this level of square footage with a commercial setting. So the SUP may very well be a prerequisite to getting this building built. So that opens the door a little bit in some of those situations. But at issue is not the height of the building. At issue is not where it sits on the site, because all of those things could be accomplished without a special use permit. What is at issue is what's going on inside that building. If it's housing 11, if it's housing 11 units, that's what requires the SUP.
What's possible is like nothing, or again, something that addresses the demand that we've got. We have a demand for additional housing in Charlottesville, and something that may possibly address 5 units, demand for 5 units of workforce housing.
Chair, not to interject or interrupt, but I'm just looking for clarification. I could have sworn we just heard that trickle down effect in the housing market is not working. Can somebody?
You didn't hear it from us, but we did hear from one of the more respected members of our community.
Thank you.
But again, I'm stepping outside of my role. I should step back and let you guys deliberate. So I'm going to do that. You guys chat. Go ahead and talk.
Can I chime in here?
Please.
So I'm going to leave aside for a second the rest of the buildings in the property and what happened with those, because I think that is actually the important debate here, and why I'm on the fence. But
you say it again.
I'm going to leave aside the other buildings on the property and talk about specifically the idea of this 11-unit building on an empty parcel, right? You guys keep talking about, like, you know, is market rate going to help? And, like, you know, there needs to be an important, or like a significant share of affordable units. Like 5 units that are affordable at 60% AMI, which is $45,000 for a 2-person household, versus at plus 6 market rates, is much more than like the typical share that we see from a project like this, right? And like council's goal is 15% supported affordable housing. And like, I think it's a good point that we need affordable units for families, but, you know, in a building that's full of 1-bedroom apartments, like the units that you get are gonna be 1-bedroom apartments. I mean, I guess they could like combine some of them, but then we get less than 45% affordable. And I'd also add, hopefully we can see this maybe. This is a chart from the 2018 Housing Needs Assessment showing the public housing, or the housing choice voucher wait list. I would share my screen, but Mr. Rice has disabled it. And it says that over half of the people on the wait list for housing choice vouchers, you can see it's 740 out of 1,400, are 1-person households. So, you know, while there's definitely a need for affordable units for families, there's also a need for affordable units for individuals, you know, whether they're retired or, you know, otherwise on the wait list. These are needed. And maybe we should talk about whether it would be better to combine them into larger units. But, you know, I don't think it makes sense to say that 45% of the new units, 5 affordable versus 6 market rate, is like not enough. That doesn't make sense to me. I would separately like to talk about what happened in the past, but we can get back to that.
Well, I don't think my issue is necessarily that they're not enough, because yes, 5 out of 11 is not bad. But I think it also, what we're doing is setting precedents. If we are allowing these units to come in where a 1-bedroom unit is sky high, then we're still not doing any justice to our community. because what other developers and what this developer has done is, well, we did it here. It's acceptable here. We don't have anything in our codes or zoning that is changing that. And we can say, well, we're just going to have to accept that it is what it is. And if that's the case, then we're going to have to accept that at some point in the very near future, how many of our residents are we going to displace by just having these high market rents for these matchboxes? Like, I'm trying to look at the bigger picture, and I don't know if this is maybe not in our scope. And if it's not, it should be, because I was under the impression that if someone is doing an SUP, it's supposed to make it better than what it was before, and setting the precedent to keep allowing these high market rate value units to come into our city is not doing us any good.
So, I mean, but there's 5 affordable. So are you saying that like the 6 or any market rate unit shouldn't be allowed?
No, I'm not saying that, but what I am saying is that somebody has to take a stance and just do what's right. We cannot keep saying, oh, but we're getting something. Somebody's going to have to take the stance to say, hey, we need real change. We need real affordable units with real livable square footage.
I mean, I think that almost half the units being affordable is doing it right versus the 10% we get normally, especially now that they're not at 80% AMI, which is basically market rent. Like, that's the whole point of making them accessible to people with vouchers. Like, I think, again, like what happened in the past is the thing that we need to set a precedent against. And I think, you know, there's sending a signal that if you displace a bunch of people, you can get your SUP approved anyway, but there's also sending a signal that if you buy naturally occurring affordable housing with a bunch of vacant land on the property and you keep those units affordable, then you can get permission to put some infill housing onto the vacant part of that land and create new units. I think there's a tension between those two things. And I think council should verify that these rent abatements that we're hearing about have even happened. But I mean, if it's true, then, you know, I would lean towards supporting this project because we need those 5 affordable units.
Were you making a motion there, or were you just continuing the debate? Because this plane needs to land because it's running out of gas.
I don't have the page open, but I will make a motion.
Wait a minute, Lyle's got a point before you do that.
Actually, I'd like to hear Mr. Alejandro's thoughts about the design.
Yeah, well, I was letting the rest of this play out. My objection to it a month ago was because I did not find it to be harmonious with the existing development in this neighborhood. I believe the proposed design now does blend in much better, and I thank the developer, the architects, and the applicant for that effort. The issue of density, I have no problem with the requested additional density.
I only caution.
Lastly, I would say that I do not think the ordinances are in effect right now that allow us to do much more in terms of affordable housing.
I would agree with
unfortunately.
My only caution, Mr. Lindra, is that Mr. Shep has already suggested that the design that he's proposing may not be the design we end up with. And
yeah,
if we approve this, they can do what they want to do.
I heard that. So that was a question coming up. If it does go that far, to our staff, is there something we can put into the motion that will memorialize it in some way?
Cool. Very cool.
And I think we can add a condition to that effect. I don't know how you'd word it though.
Ms. Robertson, do you agree with that? Did we lose her? Okay, Missy, you got to be legal.
Roy, I think you can add. Actually, I was getting ready to ask the commissioner. Lisa is not here, to add a couple of more clarity to the motion to consider adding that all the units, affordable units, will be in the new building. And to clarify the square footage, of the units. We like to have the square footage of the units so that once they start building, once they pull their permit, we want to make sure that this is pretty clear. Because we had a problem, an issue with one of the developers because the square footage wasn't clearly clarified, and they were counting some kind of exterior spaces as part of the square footage, So if you guys can clarify that the minimum square footage of the single 1 bedroom or 2 bedroom, things like that, that would be appreciated.
Alex, are you saying we should state in the conditions the actual square footage required?
Exactly. If they are proposing it's going to be 375 square foot for 1 bedroom, I would like to see that as part of the motion. And then I will also see, I think Rory asked that question, whether all the affordable units will be in the new building. We want to make sure it's going to be in the new building, that somewhere along the line, they don't come up with a proposal, hey, can we put folks in the existing building, so we want to make sure everything is clearly detailed, in that motion or condition of approval.
So we don't have a motion on the table yet, I don't think. So if someone would like to begin making one, we can then begin crafting all the amendments.
I guess I can start with just the raw one without those two things. So I move to recommend approval of this application for a special use permit in the NCC zone at 1000 Monticello Road to permit residential development with additional density with the following listed conditions. 1, up to 42 dwelling units per acre permitted on the subject property. 2, the owner and applicant is committing to providing 5 affordable housing units at HUD fair market rent rates. The affordable units will be provided and rented in accordance with the attached document titled Regulations Applicable to On-Site ADUs provided pursuant to SP 2020-00001 for rental, the ADU regulations. It's intended for all affordable units to remain as rentals throughout the affordable term defined in the ADU regulations. However, if any affordable units are sold during the affordable term, then those conditions shall be provided and sold in accordance with the regulations of the section titled Regulations Applicable to On-Site ADUs provided pursuant to SP 2020-00001 for sale. And I think we want to add conditions for architecture, for all the units being in the same building, the new building, and clarifying the square footage of the.
And the square footage was 325, was it not?
Yes, the affordable units be of the square footage 375 is what I thought. Alex said.
Where's that coming from?
That's Alex's recommendation that we had.
As a minimum? I mean, don't the regulations already say that they have to be distributed throughout the site, like other normal units and the same quality and appearance?
Yeah, it says it has to be integrated into the rest of the unit instead of being concentrated on.
So we don't need that as a motion, that it's already.
Exactly.
Okay, got it. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Alex.
So I would suggest for the architecture that the building must be 2 stories at the street frontage and not any taller than 22 feet, and that the step back is a minimum of 10 feet.
Before we memorialize it, let's give Mr. Shep a chance to make a point.
Oh, sorry.
That seems like a pretty big change from.
The way Mr. Shep has the floor.
Sure. Yeah. Let me just on the size units, correct. The regulations do have them already in there, so that's covered. Yeah, the building is 3 stories tall on the street side, actually, the architects gave me the exact dimension, but I know 22 feet and 2 stories is quite a bit different with that step back than what we have proposed.
Can I suggest maybe a cornice line above the second story?
Well, wait a minute. I'm seeing in the renderings a 2-story block on the street front, and then it becomes 3-story back behind that 2-story block. Am I misreading the rendering?
There may be a floor buried halfway. Let me, is Kevin still on?
Sorry, Kevin's still on, and I was, I don't know if it's possible for Joe to share his screen and bring up one of the renderings, but it's.
That would be helpful, yes, thank you.
Yeah, it's 3 stories at street side, stepping back to 4 stories. There's a cornice line, so the brick facade, go up a few more slides, Joe, I think we'll get a good picture of it here. So there's a slight step back behind the cornice line, just an offset in the facade. However, that's not a 10-foot separation between the top of the brick cornice and then where the material changes to the wood kind of finished exterior that you see on the 3rd story.
So can I suggest the motion I made with the 2 conditions written in the report, a 3rd condition that all affordable units will be in the new structure, and then a 4th condition that there will be a cornice line above the 2nd story and a change in facade appearance to break up the massing for the 3rd story at on the street front.
And what is the setback now?
Good evening, it's Kevin Schaefer with Design Develop again. We have a brick cornice line there, and then the framing steps in just a few inches. So there is a visual relief of about a foot.
I think the maximum setback, I think is 10, the maximum is 10 feet in this district. So I think we're probably like 8 feet thereabouts, Kelsey. What, do you know what the dimension is exactly? It's a maximum of 10, so I know we're less than that.
The setback from the street, the building's SET, not step back, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry, setback. How far is the face of the building from the street?
Sure, it's 4.5 feet from the street right now.
Yeah, and I'm speaking of the step STEP. Yes, back. I thought by looking at this rendering that it was more than a foot. Very, very good rendering. Is the rest of the commissioners satisfied with a foot step back?
Or you?
No.
So let me just jump in briefly. There's a requirement under state law that conditions, when a proposed special use permit is proposing to include affordable housing, conditions that you impose have to be consistent with the objective of providing affordable housing. And if those conditions relate to materials or methods or design features, you have to consider the impact of that condition on affordability. So those are pretty broad parameters, but just as you're getting into sort of design features.
Yeah. Well, the more the step back, the less the square footage, the more expensive the units. Okay, a foot will be fine.
Can we maybe just make that condition, the architecture shall be substantially the same as the renderings?
This is Kevin Schaefer, and could I jump in? This may not be appropriate, but I just wanted to reiterate that this was, again, thank you all for the comments that you had previously about it becoming more contextual. This was the direction that we were given by the developer, incorporating these comments that we heard from both the public and the commission. And so this is a very this is a design that's rooted in realism. It's a very real design. These are our units. This is where the square footage is coming from. And it is our every intention to move forward with this design. So I do appreciate some language like that from Commissioner Rory.
So there are 7 different descriptions on this rendering. Could those 7 individual descriptions be included in the amendment?
What page are you looking at?
The one that's on the screen.
That's one that's on the screen.
Oh.
Good by me.
I don't know that warehouse feel is much of a condition, but sure. The other one seemed reasonable.
Well, this is more specific.
Well,
I think we could just
top left
reference
one.
this slide.
Yeah.
Great.
You've done that in the past.
Good.
All right, so we've got 4 conditions, the 2 written in the staff report, the 3rd that all affordable units will be in the new building, or all referenced affordable units, and the 4th that architecture or design shall be substantially the same as in this slide, or have the features referenced in this slide. You good with that?
Jody, as I am.
Great. I think all of that discussion was out of order without a
Was
second.
there a second? Was there a second to the motion? I can't remember.
If not, then I'll second.
Okay, Ms. Creasy. Is Ms. Creasy here?
Yes, I'm right here. Sure. Ready? Mr. Lahindro,
Aye.
Mr. Sola Yates,
Aye.
Ms. Dow,
Nay.
Mr. Heaton,
Nay.
Mr. Stolensberg,
Aye.
Ms. Russell,
Nay.
Mr. Mitchell.
Aye.
Say that again, sir?
Aye, yes.
Okay.
Hmm.
Motion passes 4-3.
All right, are you guys ready to go on to the zoning text amendment, or do you need a minute? Are you ready to go on to the zoning text amendment, or do you need a minute? Okay, on to the zoning text amendment. Who's got the lead? Is Ms. Rainey have the lead on this?
No, we're gonna, we just have the basic zoning initiation memo included in the packet. And we figured it would make sense for Mr. Stolensberg to provide some background on this based on the discussions and what he has, what he's bringing forward. And we appreciate the memo of information that he was able to provide today, because that assists in the general understanding of what's moving forward. Based on different discussions that have occurred, I don't know that the language that was included as a draft is where a potential for this could land. But it definitely was something on paper to begin the discussion. And
just as a reminder, this is only to begin, ask staff to begin thinking about this and putting together an idea as relates to how we move forward with this. So we're not approving the amendment. We're asking staff to put the work in to make a recommendation. So, sorry, Missy.
No, that's fine.
Mr. Stolzenberg.
Sure. So quick background. Mr. Schimpf approached me in November about a zoning text amendment to allow hotels by special use permit in downtown North so that they could fill the 25% of this building that's required to be commercial with an extended stay hotel in order to finance its construction, because for what are probably obvious reasons, office space construction is not terribly popular right now, with 500,000 square feet coming online downtown shortly and COVID emptying out every office space. I was not going to propose hotels in downtown North. So instead, I suggested this alternative to allow more residential in these buildings. Now, you may recall with the Apex building in a different zone, downtown extended, they were able to take advantage of a loophole in that mixed use ordinance that didn't require any amount of mixed use. So, you know, in downtown north, it has to be 25 to 75% residential, but no more than 75% residential, and no less than 25% residential. For Apex, they were able to put in a single studio apartment and get the mixed use bonus up to 9 stories. In my opinion, it's less important to restrict residential on the upside rather than putting a minimum floor of residential on the downside, because our goal should be to create new homes to address our housing crisis. And we don't have an office crisis, that's certainly for sure. So this change will lessen that restriction, still requires them to be mixed use buildings by saying that they have to provide ground floor commercial with the intent that that would be retail. And I think in this particular building, they are planning on it being a coffee shop. So again, they have an approved SUP and site plan, but they would need to come back to us for an SUP amendment to get that additional density. And then revise their site plan. But either way, it means potentially creating 75 new homes years before it would be possible under a fully rewritten zoning ordinance. That's the general gist of the proposal. You know, as I said in the email on the last page of the packet, there are a couple additional considerations we might want to make. One would be to create a minimum floor on the amount of commercial space on that ground level. So you couldn't just put kind of, you know, a token little something that's commercial on a corner or something, similar to how Apex put in one studio. Another would be whether we want to limit that to just primary or linking streets, so that on neighborhood streets, the same exception wouldn't apply. And lastly, whether we want it to only apply to buildings that have also required to get a special use permit. So that's what it is. It's a relatively short and simple change to the ordinance, but potentially creating several dozen new homes.
So that I don't railroad this, let's go from left to right, and I'll take my turn when my turn comes. So you've already hit your turn, Rory.
Should I make a motion and then we can discuss
Well,
it?
let's discuss it. Well, it's up to you. Would you like that to be your motion?
I don't know if I have a second, so maybe we should discuss it first.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. So Rory, you had your shot. Liz, are you there? Did we lose her? Oh, she's there. Yeah.
I'm here. I don't have any questions, and frankly, I don't entirely understand it. So I'll just wait for the discussion.
And Bill, I skipped you. I'm sorry, Bill. Any thoughts?
No, I'm just listening. Thanks.
Okay. Gary.
No, I don't have any thoughts on actions that we can take, you know, to substantially improve it. So I don't see a lot of wiggle room. So
Ms. Dow.
I don't have any questions or pressing thoughts at this moment.
Ms. Soliate.
I see two sort of issues. One is staff capacity. Things are funny right now. The other issue, really, can I not get it? There was another issue, I swear. Sort of appropriateness downtown. Generally, we have a lot of jobs downtown, wonderful. We don't have that many homes. So there's a pretty enormous jobs housing imbalance. So that I find compelling. Third issue, comprehensibility. So we have, what was it, 22 mixed use districts, zoning districts in Charlottesville that are all There's only 14?
Only 14, yeah.
A mere 14 mixed-use zoning districts. Surely it should be 40. And it just makes me insane. And they just keep getting more and more different and weird. I would love for them to have some continuity and consistency and legibility, and we're just not there yet. It's so bad. So my dream would be that there would be consistent definitions across all of them. And that I fear is out of scope of this. So with those concerns, I think this is a reasonable approach and the language makes sense.
Ms. Lindra.
So Roy, I presume somewhere else in this section of the ordinance requires that the ground floor of this development of this building be commercial. Is that true?
Nope, I believe as long as 25% commercial space is provided, it can be anywhere. So you can actually put the residential on the ground floor and the first, 4 floors, and then make the top 2 floors office. And I think that still works. I don't know if it works with like the building code, given how like egress and stairwell requirements work, but believe that is totally fine.
Okay, so that you had mentioned before, I thought that the commercial was going to be required to be on the ground floor, and I didn't quite see that in here.
Yeah, so in the changed one, it would be required at the ground floor. So if you go to page 78 of the packet, under that first section, 34-600, the last little bit is, or the addition would be, mixed-use buildings may exceed 75% of gross floor area designed and occupied for residential use if commercial uses are provided at ground level.
Ah, okay. My apologies. I did not see that at first. I do, good. I'm glad of that. I do agree with your additional consideration, bullet point 1, that I would ask staff to consider what a minimum amount of commercial should be, so that it's not just token.
Yeah, I mean, the main reason I didn't put that in before was just I couldn't think of how to word it. Though it occurs to me now, we can make it maybe a % of building footprint, or a % of floor area on that floor. But I think that's the sort of thing that would be hammered out by staff after an initiation.
And we might even think about, should anything that's on the street front should everything on the street front be commercial?
That would be cool. Where it gets weird is that you have to have a parking entrance because these buildings require parking, which they shouldn't. But that doesn't count. Parking doesn't count in floor area. So I don't know how you would make that work, but yeah.
That's why
I like it. I agree.
that was my concern.
So a couple of thoughts. Back in the day when we first got into this mixed use thing, we felt there was a paucity of office space, or we felt that there was a need to have more office space than we've got. That is definitely old school thinking. We don't need as much office space as we thought we needed back in the day. One, because of so much telecommuting that's happening, and COVID has taught us that we don't have to go into the opposite as much as we do. So I think there's value in giving some thought to whether we move away from mandating office space and expand into places where people can live. But I'm worried about, if we initiate this, I'm worried about the people that do the work for this city being able to get the work done, since they're down a couple of people in staff. I'm also worried about doing this for one site. What we're looking at here is one site. I think it's the North Downtown District. So we're looking at doing this for one site. It seems that, as Lyle suggested, we should take a more comprehensive view of what's happening with mixed use and rethink this whole thing citywide, since once again, we don't need as much office space as we needed back in the day. And I'm wondering if we should just leave this to the people who do have a little more bandwidth than we do, and that being our consultants who are working on the comprehensive plan. So I don't know where I am on this, because I go back to the back in the day thing where we those days are gone. When we don't need as much office space. But those other things give me pause as to whether I should support this or not. Again, shouldn't this be citywide, and shouldn't we just roll this into the comp plan when the comp plan comes? Is our need for this change so significant that we should do this for one district?
So, one thing I'd add to that point about not needing office space so much anymore, it's not all, the worldwide changes that are happening. It's also because this planning commission and council denied a project for 233 studio apartments on Garrett Street that was then built as the exact same building by right that's putting 120,000 square feet of office space in, which has contributed to the dearth of housing downtown and the glut of office space. And really would have soaked up a lot of that demand, I think, for those small units in the area, so that things like the last project maybe could have been larger units. But I'd also say, when council initiates a ZTA, there's a time limit on it. When we initiate a ZTA, there isn't. So staff can kind of take this on their own timeline when they have time. I would hope that they get to it before it's obsolete. But as you can see on the anticipated items, there's a ZTA from 2018 in there that work hasn't been completed on. So nothing about initiating it requires them to get it done in the super near term. Lastly, I think it would be great to do everything comprehensively across all zones. Personally, I think it doesn't make any sense for this section to be inside of the zone in the zoning ordinance. It should just be an abstract thing that applies to all of the mixed use zones, but it's not. This zone is the one where we have an applicant saying that they have 75 homes that they could build and can't, in addition to a 6-figure contribution to the CAF too, which I believe is empty because of the severe need for affordable housing right now. And so to quote you, I think this is an example of where we should not make the perfect the enemy of the good.
Oh, that was mean. So again, what bothers me, the other thing that bothers me, I think I said it, is like we're doing this for one site. I would value, frankly, if you guys don't mind, some input from the person that's new to the board, outside perspective, Ms. Russell, and someone who's done lots of this stuff from afar. Maybe some input from Bill. He's a little removed. What do you guys think about this? Do we do it now, or do we wait? What are your thoughts? Because I don't know where I am on this.
You asking me, Hosea?
Yeah, what do you think?
I kind of look at it as, in a way, how we kind of are treating our grounds plan update. Like, we didn't want to start that until we had our strategic plan in place, and we couldn't do that until the president got up to speed and came out with his vision. So I don't know if it's in that category of import, but it might be a reason to wait for the code team to weigh in with the comprehensive plan.
Liz, you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I don't want to be hypocritical in saying sometimes things need to be done ahead of our plans that have not been developed, and then say, but maybe this one should wait. But I also, this seems very abstract to me because I'm not able to conceptualize it within what is being proposed. And maybe I could have done a little more due diligence in the application, and that, would have painted a clearer picture. But I don't know if it's fair to ask staff or to try to understand what, additional burden or how much onerous this makes their jobs to do. And then, what really is the value in doing it now versus waiting until the comp plan or perhaps land use.
I think this is one of the reasons why the city took the steps to update the comprehensive plan and to have a wholesale rewrite of the zoning ordinance because of the piecemeal approach. We are having all kinds of problems with the zoning ordinance, and this is one of the contributing factors, piecemeal approach. So staff recommends that this be put on hold and let the consultant take a wholesale review, of the districts, and then try to provide some kind of consistency, in terms of the zoning and what goes in there and what have you. So that's what staff would prefer to see at this point in time, because the piecemeal approach has created all kinds of problems for staff in terms of interpretation, in terms of consistency, in terms of application. So what staff will recommend to the Planning Commission is to put this on hold and have the consultant, do what they were hired to do. And this is one of the things that the consultant was hired to do.
Very good. Ms. Robertson, you look like you're about to jump in.
No.
You unmuted.
I must have accidentally hit the button. I was scrolling up and down on the comments. So,
Ms. Creasy.
I agree that there's work that needs to be done in these mixed use districts. I think we can all agree to that. I think it's a timing consideration. As we look at this, we aren't able to look at this in just the context of a single site. We have to look at it in the context of the zoning district as a whole. So that's going to require a larger analysis of the properties within that area. And another question we ended up having as part of that is, if we look at downtown North, does that put us out with other mixed use districts? And so have we created even more of a concern with that? We're also, and even these changes in staffing occurred after this packet went out. We were, figuring out how we might be able to work this in. But at this point in time, we're trying to figure out how we're going to get the day-to-day done. And so this would not come up quickly because we've got to cover a number of items with our existing staff until we can up staff again. And so, we've got to address some considerations with that. So we wouldn't be able to dive right into a review of this. And so, that's kind of concerning. We have some feedback on this, but every time we've met about this item, we've gathered more and more feedback about what it should look like. And I don't know that we would be able to encompass everything, and there'd probably be continued discussion. So it's not going to be a short-term endeavor just based on the different circumstances that we have occurring.
Ms. Dow, you usually have words of wisdom when you've been as quiet as you are. What are to share them with us?
Maybe if I unmute, that would be the starting point. I'm torn because if we back up prior to this, we just had a discussion about how we need to change our ordinances so that we can really achieve the things that we say that we want to achieve in this city. But I also understand that we are in trying times where we are not fully staffed and just things are difficult at this point in time. I do also feel that we are paying our consultants quite a nice hefty fee to do this work for us. I think even if we don't move forward with initiating the ZTA tonight, I think this should definitely be heavily considered. Or maybe, Roy, you can sit down with the consultants or do like a one-on-one Zoom or whatever, but to make sure that this is included and crafted correctly in their update. If staff is saying, it's clear it's going to be it's not going to be able to be something that can be addressed today or anytime in the near future, just because of the constraints of the environment and the times that we're in. But I do not think we should throw the baby out with the bathwater because the water got a little cold, if that makes any sense.
Well, and there was a lot of good information that's come out of this discussion, the data that we have, and there have been 3 or 4 smaller discussions that have occurred to gather feedback. And so there's quite a bit of information that we can share with the consultants, and they would be able to put it in the context of the larger project that's underway. I'm just noting that, you know, it would take us a while to get to this, given what's occurring. We've got to be able to manage the things that we're doing now. We've got a work session coming up on the land use plan. There will probably be some additional things we'll need to be working through on that. You know, there are a number of initiatives that are already underway, and so it's just gonna it's not going to be tomorrow that we would be able to start on this.
Gary, what do you think?
Well, I'm wondering if while you're right, we're not gonna be able to get a lot of action on this if we're looking to staff, but is there any directives that we could offer to the consulting firm or even liaison work with, you know, I know that Rory has done a lot of deep diving on some of these things. And as a commission, or is that, Ms. Robertson, is that out of order for the commission to assign a liaison to make some progress that doesn't involve?
Before Alicia answers you, Ms. Robertson answers you, could you define liaison? I mean, look,
Well, I'm not sure that I've done the deep dive that other commissioners have done.
I mean, Rory's the only person
that's right.
Deep dive,
so I guess that's what I'm saying. I think we need to admit that we are in extraordinary times, and to move ahead with mediocre work that we know will not be the best work we can do is not really serving the community. But I think to come to a grinding halt and to be paralyzed by it is not the answer either. So is there an initiative that as a commission we could give some direction through one of our members to the consultants we would like you to be ready to present this to us at our work session?
Already heard.
I think it would be nice if that was just, oh, I'm sorry, Jody, go ahead. I'm sorry, my apologies.
We've already heard staff say that they're going to give this information and the research that they've already done into this to the consultant.
Yeah, and I'd like to just weigh in. Don't forget, one of the Planning Commission's central functions is to oversee the development of the comprehensive plan, including updates of the comprehensive plan. So absolutely, the commission is supposed to have substantial input. And so the question is, do you understand the process that's going on? Do you know kind of where it is? Are you part of any steering committee? Do you have one or more members on a steering committee, or are you getting sufficiently regular reports that lets you weigh in? But the main thing here, as Lyle indicated, is, you know, the threshold decision are you going to keep these quarter districts at all, or are you going to organize your land use map differently? Are you going to have 16 mixed use districts, or are you going to have, you know, one mixed use set of requirements and you maybe apply it a little differently depending on where you are? But, you know, what you don't want to do is make too significant of a decision that's going to facilitate developments that you may not be able to anticipate right now during the next, you know, certainly the next year. I hope we're not going to be longer than a year before we start seeing work on a new zoning ordinance. But, you know, some fundamental decisions are made. And so you have to decide whether or not there's a smaller change that would have public benefits and not just private benefits in the short term? And then if you're making this change, are you going to upset any sort of balance that's going to remove opportunities that you might otherwise had if you were incorporating it in a larger approach under the comp plan?
I also would hate to see the consultants handcuffed or constrained in any way by us, and just let's let them finish their work naturally and do what they're paid to do.
So, I'd just like to point a couple things out. So I don't think this really hamstrings them in any way, because they, of course, are going to be approaching the zoning code holistically. And I think we've already kind of pointed towards, and honestly, even the 2013 comp plan kind of says this, pointed towards regulating form rather than use, in a way that presumably means that mandating these buildings to be 25% office space won't really be a consideration anymore. And that is how we're going to scale this up to the whole city, hopefully by getting rid of all these kind of bad mixed use districts. I'd also say 20 months ago, in early 2019, I brought a ZMA before this body, and everybody said, why would we do this now? We've got this comp plan, it's almost done, we'll be finished in no time. And while I love the idea of approaching everything as a whole and making these broad sweeping changes, I don't think the fact that there's an upcoming full review absolves us of the responsibility to maintain our zoning ordinance that we have adopted now. To that, I'd add 6 months ago, staff brought to me a different ZTA for a different project represented by a different person to change University High District to add higher density. At that time, we were just as far away from a wholesale zoning ordinance rewrite because the schedule got delayed because of COVID. Staff supported it then. They don't support it now. And they didn't support it prior to the staffing and issues that just came into play this week. But I would again add that nothing about us initiating it constrains staff in any way. If they feel that it's beyond their workload, they're free to sit on it and even run out the clock until the full rewrite is done. But if they manage to hire someone relatively quickly and get back on the ball, then they're free to pick this up. Those are my thoughts here.
So what would the body like to do with this?
I will make a motion to initiate considerations of amendments to City Code Chapter 34, Article 6, Division 4, to change code requirements pertaining to density and mixed-use developments.
Second.
Moved and properly second, Ms. Creasy. Any further discussion before we poll the board?
So just for clarification purposes, and so I can make sure the public and I are all on the same page here with the commission, that we are about to vote on whether we are going to initiate this amendment right now instead of including it with the work of the consultant.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Are we ready? All right, Mr. Lahindra.
No.
Mr. Sola Yates.
No.
Ms. Dow.
No.
Mr. Heaton.
Yes.
Mr. Stolensberg.
Aye.
Ms. Russell.
No.
And Mr. Mitchell.
No. Right.
I strongly
Would like to go ahead, Lau.
Please.
I strongly support the idea. If we don't have the capacity to do it right now.
I just wanted to add that if there was any way that we could somehow make sure that these points are heavily considered and looked at comprehensively, and with the consultant, that would make me feel better about this, if that makes any sense to you.
And I would
I
like
don't,
to echo Ms. Dow and Mr. Solis. I totally agree with the idea. I think it should be citywide as opposed to just in one district. And I frankly think we ought to get the people that we're paying a whole lot of money to do this work for, so we offload some work from our overburdened staff.
absolutely.
Well, I do understand that Rory is suggesting that, you know, we put things on hold for 2 years now.
Well, here, I guess what I really liked about what Rory, how he articulated that is, you know, what is going to be the reality of the number of hours that staff has is the reality of the number of staff that they have. All right. And it isn't likely that in a time of COVID and pandemic, we're going to be able to move effectively and efficiently. But nonetheless, I think we needed to give direction, but we're not ready to do that, and that's fine. I get it. But yeah, there's always going to be reasons to hold back.
Before we shut the meeting down, I think we ought to give Rory a chance to make any comments he wants to make. So, Rory.
All I'd like to say is that I'd like to recognize that we're now entering the 5th year of our comprehensive plan rewrite. The comp plan kickoff was on January 12th, 2017.
Is that right?
That's right.
Wow.
We're almost due for a new review of the comprehensive plan.
You're scaring me, man. Ms. Creasy, have we done everything we needed to do?
You have done everything on your agenda for this evening.
Ms. Dow?
Cover. If all hearts and minds are at a good place, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn our meeting to the second Tuesday in February.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody.
See you on the 26th, right? Missy, that's when we have our joint work session, or our next, we are having a work session this month,
Yes,
correct?
we're scheduled for a work session on the 26th. We should have more information later in the week. If you all want to note whether you want it 5 to 7 or 5:30 to 7:30, if that makes a difference to anyone.
Well, let's do that now because we got everybody. I think 5:30 is easier for everybody, including Ms. Dow, right?
Half a dozen one way or the other for me. Rory, good work too. Thank you. I know sometimes it seems like we're super hard on you and maybe not as hard on everybody else, but I do want you to know that we do appreciate the work and the time that you do put in to trying to move things along. Thank you.
I agree. So let me ask the question again. 5:30 or 5 o'clock?
5:30 will be great, Chair Mitchell.
Is that cool with everybody else? What about staff?
Yeah, 5:30 is totally fine with us.
And are we going to invite council, or they can come if they want to?
Yeah, council is always invited to our sessions. And we make sure that the clerk is aware of that opportunity. And that way, if we have more than 3, or if we have 3, then we're in good shape.
We got a couple here. It'd be helpful if you guys were there, just so that we don't have to replicate stuff.
Is this the 26th?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, actually, you all have a work session at the same time.
Yeah, we have a budget work session.
We'll just tell you guys what you think.
There you go.
Thank you.
So I had unmuted just to pop in because I knew we had something on the 26th on my calendar, and regretfully we have, I don't know, according to my calendar, it's at 3. So while some of us might be able to join by around 6 or 6:30.
Okay.
If it's still going on.
So Sina, what do we have with the justice thing tomorrow? Do we have something with
That's our quarterly meeting.
But was there a separate meeting he was trying to do with us?
Yes, and I let the ball drop on that.
What are we trying to do?
We don't have to hold the rest of the counselors up about this. We can talk.
I thought I adjourned this meeting.
See you.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you, folks.